ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome in, everybody. We are here with the ESL Challenger League Season 52 into the second European Cup here, of course. And today we are going to crown a winner. It is that finals day of this particular cup. Looking forward to getting into the top four now. It is myself, Scrib, and Neokai on this one for a couple games this afternoon. Plenty of Counter-Strike going on. There's going to be 4 games in total, running kind of 2 concurrently, but we start off with the semi-final here. We've chosen to go for the Basement Boys up against X-Mana, and I think it could be a good game. X-Mana looked very, very good yesterday against Miles and XT when I caught them. I was very impressed by their resilience, their ability to sort of come back into games and really switch things up on the fly. The Basement Boys, we'll see. I think they really do lean on those individuals and rely on that kind of style. They ran into Los Cagutos yesterday afternoon and felt a little too easy for them, so I'm not sure how they're going to do here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at these two sides as well and kind of the position they're in, it's sort of vastly different in a weird way. You've got Basement Boys who are really trying to work their way up into sort of like the middle of the pack within the tier 2. It's obviously a really hard run up there, though. It's very difficult to find that consistency and something that we're always looking for from this team. And they're constantly changing players as well, which obviously makes life very, very difficult. We got this bracket as well. You touched on a couple of these results from yesterday, but I do think X-Mana, that win over Miles XT is really impressive. That is, an organization I think obviously always pump out so much talent, and I think that's a very impressive one nonetheless. It was a bit of a choice between Basement Boys and X-Mana, or of course Bushido, Wildcats, and Leo. The only kind of reason actually really of why I went for these two, obviously these two know them a little bit better. We've actually casted both of them quite a few times, and in the case of like X-Mana, for example, we cast a lot of these guys actually on LAN as well when we're out in ISF. Basement Boys, they just crop up a lot in the tier 2. Bushido, Wildcats, and Leo, they're in a bit of a rougher spot, I think, overall, where they've been sort of struggling to find the right results, and also like again consistency, and they're changing teams all the time. Like, they've got loads of talent, but I wasn't sure what kind of game that would make, so I thought we'd go for the safe call of players that we all know, rather than, especially Bushido, I really haven't caught, so it'd be interesting to see how they'll do in their semi-final. We'll of course be keeping an eye trained on that. We've got the prize pool for you, of course, 4,000 to first place, a total of 7k, but the main thing they are really fighting for here is qualifying, may I say, for season 52 EU final.
Yeah, going to make a very big difference, I think, again, especially to these couple of teams. X-Mana in particular, the X, it's become a little too common for my liking, so it would be good to move into a team and have that on your CV, I suppose, when you are trying to go around to the organizations and indeed attract their attention. The fact that you may well have a potential Pro League spot on the way, and you can hold them to that. Yes, I'm going to get into Pro League. We believe we're going to do it, and it can be a really big deal. So
dude,
could be massive
for
these guys.
To TPK.
They
qualified to Pro League from the last cup. And now, of course, just being signed by 1 win. So, it is actually, having that guarantee makes it much easier for organizations to pick you up, or at least having the chance to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I think it really can make a big difference. And indeed, speaking of the X-Mana side, let's have a little bit of a zoom in on these guys and figure out what they are going to be presenting today. No changes or anything crazy on their side. Some very well-known names if you were here yesterday, as we did have the likes of Bledard really taking over and having some great moments. Serber as well, playing pretty well. So, and then Zonic with a name that's a different spelling of the famous coach. So, you know, he's always going to be there in the back of your mind. But nonetheless, a decent side here. Of course, coming in majority Kosovo, and a few changes recently. They have had some additions in the past few months. They also sort of lose out on the coaching aspect and things like this. So there has been some difficulties now. I was worried for them yesterday when they're going down by a few rounds. You know, how are they going to be able to bounce back without someone behind them, and maybe without the experience of Scenery? But they did a very, very good job of keeping it together and freshening up their play style to get back into the game.
Yeah, they're actually really, like, on their day, a really interesting team for me. Kind of also one of the reasons why I wanted to kind of cover this roster. I've seen obviously some bad performances out for them, hence why, you know, they are in sort of this like lower part of the tier 2, maybe more even like the tier 3. But man, when they play well, they've got mechanically some insanely sharp players. These guys are, you know, what we would coin like FPL demons, right? I think that's sort of the way we'd put them, right? These are guys who individually can be insanely talented on the day. They can really bring a lot to the table, and they can cause a lot of issues for teams, and hence why I think there has the making to be a very interesting matchup here for them. And I'm hoping that we really get to see them play at that top level where everyone's starting to hit well. The synergy is really good, which is something that they're normally very good with on this roster, is that synergy cohesion is such a big thing for them because they've been playing together for so long that they're really good at playing off each other. But, you know, obviously a point that you touched on is, do they maybe at times, maybe even too often, rely on the individuals rather than the game plan of it? But a good team nonetheless. We can touch on their opponents through the Basement Boys on the flip side, and they are a team that themselves can be very difficult to deal with when they get going. Some real talent in the server here. Another thing where they're constantly changing the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Does feel like it is a little bit of a rotating door kind of team. Also a team that can be odd, you know. I think there's obviously a vibe here, an org here and whatnot. There's a bit of an energy about the team in terms of like the levels of effort at times, and I think that certain matchups, certain days, they can get a little annoyed with, and they go on these losing streaks. Then there's also winning streaks, you know, so they're very difficult to work around. They are currently on one of those winning streaks, 3 matches in a row here in ECL itself, actually. So are we going to see them continue that on? But a lot of the time, they need a bit of a fire under them. They tend to do okay at LANs. You know, they'll overperform at LANs and catch a lot of teams off guard. But when it comes to the online Counter-Strike, there can be some inconsistency there and a few huge gaps in between tournaments, things like this. So it's tough to say whether they are like fully always committed. And maybe it is because it is kind of this rotating door and it's a little tedious for some of the older Star Wars players within this team. Of course, these guys have met before. Pinch of salt on this one, it was all the way back in January, so some different looking teams, and not to pour salt in the wound for X-Mana, but it was indeed when they were still under Mana. So they have met before, but I think things will have changed since this last game.
Yes, I think absolutely. And obviously the sort of aspirations as well, and that level of competition can really light a fire under you. We do have a bit of a head-to-head for you as well for this matchup. And there's a few different ways you could go about this, but I decided to lean in favor of the Orcas. I think they're going to be incredibly influential here, and also it helps that they're also both very talented. Like, when these guys get going, they're so difficult to stop. So as a head-to-head, this one really has the making to be really quite interesting, actually. They can really light a fire under each other by how well they can play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. It will be a big part of these teams' games, right? That they need these two players to sort of pop off. It's normally between Owner and Trouble on that Basement Boys side of things, but Bledard, I think, is very much the big part of the X-Mana game. They really do give him all the resources, and he will be after bomb diffusers. He will be after sort of ecoing when the rest of the team is forcing this kind of thing. They want him to have an AWP as much as possible, which does feel like a bit of a go way to approach things, but it does often work for X-Mana.
Yeah, I agree. I think Aussie is one of those where, for me, I think this is a big thing of rely. That reliance maybe on one individual can also be a real worry as well. We have some map stats for you, and trying to predict this veto was sort of interesting too, of the multitude of different ways they could kind of lean here. You've obviously got these puggy maps that you'd be more than happy to slightly lean into in a way. I think, you know, in particular, the likes of this X-Mana side, you know, they're in, I think, a position for me at least where they are going to lean into a little bit more of the, you know, like your Dust 2s and your Infernos, your Mirages maybe, where they, I think, back themselves a little bit more on that. Basement Boys, I kind of feel like it might lean the other way a little bit. They have a few puggy maps up their sleeves, but, you know, they probably wouldn't mind a map like Nuke, for example. I feel like that's one for them where if they could get that, they'd be pretty happy. I always want to see more cash. I think, you know, unfortunately, it's one of those things where we talk about it a lot with the tier 2, where normally the tier 2 sort of like paves the way for new maps being introduced towards the pool, but comparatively to what we've seen in previous, you know, map introductions, like your Ancients or your Anubis, or even when your Overbars came back in, cash really hasn't been played that much for me, which is a little bit worrying. And kind of looking at the map pool for both these two sides, I feel like it might be the same here, which is a bit of a shame. We do have the veto running through now. However, we get Inferno banned out immediately by Basement Boys, and flip side ban, we're going to go for a Nuke here as well. So that is kind of one of the strong maps I wouldn't have mind seeing for Basement Boys gotten rid of, as, like we said, X-Man are going to lean into slightly more of these muggier maps.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it does make a lot of sense in terms of where the veto is going to go. There are a few obvious areas where it can be turned on. It's one thing that, you know, Basement Boys actually do quite well, and I think that cash coming in for them has allowed their map pool to start to flourish a little, that they perhaps can get comfortable playing that, perhaps can find themselves being a 7 map team, in fact. So Dust 2 coming out as the pick for the X-Mana side. Maybe not the best one for them, but it's obviously what they try and lean on as much as they possibly can. And on the other side, I feel Basement Boys are going to be decent on it. Mirage as that decider. Makes a lot of sense that falls in the middle. But yeah, we saw, I think it was in the opening group stage game for the Basement Boys, they like picked into Inferno, and it was a little bit confusing. Actually, that might not be quite right, but either way, they didn't pick it. I think they picked Mirage. They didn't pick Inferno. They picked Mirage rather than picking into their Ancient, which feels really, really good. And it did backfire for them. So the Mirage is a little shaky, I think, to say the least. Very, very tough win against Mai Tai. They did smash Los Kagutos on it, but they've also had some pretty hefty losses recently. So that third map, I think, is maybe what this one's going to come down to, and it really feels like it could go either way.
Okay, I'll be kind of interested to see now with, like you kind of mentioned, the variation, I guess, a little bit in terms of the pool. What is affected, if anything, by this? It looks like hopefully we'll be getting underway in towards this game in just a second. And I think, of course, we're pretty excited for this. We'll be keeping eyes trained as well on that other semi-final to see who will be joining the winner of this matchup later on today. But let's get this show on the road. Teaser start for Basement Boys and X-Mana on that CT side, as we look to Basement Boys' pick of Ancient. And again, it has that making the potential to be a really, really interesting map of things. So I'm intrigued by this one to see how it will lean. Let's get on the way. We're live.
We are indeed into it. It's going to be a heavy B-lean from both sides. X-Mana, they did a lot of this yesterday. Overstacking, at least in the beginning, you know, being somewhat unpredictable and trying to just cheese their way through when it comes to the low-tier tactics. See the Basement Boys setting up for an execute here, and very little attempt to move in towards lane, but they will be going into the stack, which has not really been drawn away from on that X-Mana side. So they've done a bit of homework into the pistols at the very least, and they know the preference here. Still looks good for the T side, honestly. The utility is absolutely brilliant. Fake Reality smashes through the defense, and that will be the round. Really well done. Great utility usage, and just a fantastic find of those headshots.
Yeah, quite some pace behind it too. Like, real respect. It's a very bold call to make to start off a series, to really kind of fly into the fight like that. Only if one trouble will close it. And yeah, well, in the end, into the one casualty too, it's not only a really good round, but it's comfortable. It's such a good confidence booster too. Exactly the kind of way you'd want to start things off on your map pick. We always talk about setting a tone and setting a precedent as well in towards a game, and that's exactly what we get there. Impressive work. And you obviously see that CT side force buy. You know me, we've casted for a long time together, and you know what I'm going to say. I don't like it, and I think has the potential to be kind of worrying. You know, a CT force buy like this, if it sort of falls flat, it allows this T-side to really run away with things in the early portion, and it doesn't start well. Oda will get the first, but Valens is going to get a double. Okay, maybe I might just pop ref for a second.
Yeah, big find. Bernard hidden away. He's going to get checked, though. Could have been a moment if he went unchecked. Not the case. With another, though. Oh, my. Close to taking trouble. Great round from him. Money made. Damage done. But unfortunately, not quite going to pan out. He just needed one more player to help him out, didn't he, really?
Yeah.
So, it's unlucky, but not the worst return on the investment, I think it's safe to say. And we'll see here what X-Mana are able to come up with in the subsequent round. Obviously not quite this one. A crazy kind of move here from Valen. He goes straight in for the M4. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. Maybe a cheeky deagle or something, sure, but I don't know if I like it. They try and run boost him out. It's not gone well, and he just gets shot in the back, so...
Yikes.
Yeah, I think so. That's the word that came to mind for me as well.
Yeah. It's bold. I know, obviously, you know, his confidence will be quite high off the round prior, but you know, we can talk about it being slightly or very unnecessary. Did get scooped up, did get a consolation kill, but it's not going to change anything. Far have anything to make a round out of this and shut down in the end with relative ease, and pretty good spot to be in. And it comes back to my point of earlier. I always will say I don't like the force buys, and it's sort of moments like this is the reason why. You know, you are very initially put on quite a severe back foot, and you have to be really careful. Like, it puts a lot more pressure on towards your gun rounds. Even just one gun round falling flat here, and already alarm bells for me really do start to ring out, and that's not a spot you want to be in at this sort of point. So difficult is the way I'll put it.
Get the first here, do X-Mana. Looking to shore up that position. And just resting on it, we got the slow move down ramp in the middle of it. I get nearly caught on the quick switch, but he gets both. He's very ready for that fight, and some of the lower HP, weaker weaponry, that sort of thing. It's a tough angle for them to beat, and he will capitalize away. Bledard gets caught, maybe half an eye on what his teammates are doing, and some big finds here from the basement boys. On plank comes in. I think your option is to save. It's your only real option with Zonic so very low and Server so very far away.
The only thing you can do, you actually cannot risk losing these two guns. At least with these two staying alive, there is something to be said about like slightly reinvesting into this, but this is a far cry from a solid performance at the moment for this CT side. 4 in the hole already, and real worry to be had about this potentially even rapidly slipping away.
Terrorists win.
Of course, last thing we want, but at least Server will get his consolation. There's that, and even the gun alive, but it's not looking good at the moment. You're really off your game a little bit. I wouldn't even mind an early timeout, to be perfectly frank. I don't even think it's a terrible idea.
No. They might be able to do something here. Fake reality. Charges in. Oh my goodness. The flying player just escapes his bullets. And a lovely little touchdown nade on top of the Molotov damage, I think that would be. Great finds. Absolutely great finds. So, a wonderful round. I don't know that Basement Boys, yeah, were necessarily prepared for what they were going to do in towards middle.
Sure.
And it has started south again. I think not too dissimilar to the previous round, so we'll see if they can recover things back. However, this time you would expect X-Mana with some more respect.
Oh, smart. Really, good find for him. The remaining double. Surely it should be easy. 1-for-1 trades. They're nice to get, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome of this round. Versus 1 now. Trouble needs something, I mean, ridiculously heroic. The silver lining. Bomb on his back. That's at least something. Getting a plan out of it feels unlikely, especially that quick rotation, may I say, from Bledard, who's put over in decent time. He doesn't tuck himself into a really solid spot that this bomb should not go down. And oh, he does, because he missed the first bullet. Okay, small whoopsie, letting the C4 go down. Grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. First one on the board, finally. 4x mana. And done in quite the fashion, too, as well. 3 AKs being saved. There's a cherry on top to, we're hoping now, a start of things to come.
Yeah, see if they can keep it going, keep that competition. Some nice finds and a good bout of confidence, I think it's safe to say, but the one sporadic round, it's actually kind of a common trend at the start of the game for X-Mana. They struggled to string them together, and then it took like a switch into the second half, you know, a sort of mini reset within the game itself for them to actually get in, and then this super sort of stressful comeback was mounted. And honestly, I don't know if it would have worked against Mars NXT. I don't know if you caught the broader context, but they played a series before, and it went 3 maps and overtimes and everything, and then they had like 20 minutes into their next series. So it was rough for them. 8 hours of Counter-Strike back to back to back to back, really.
Yeesh,
I
yeah,
think
that's
it
a long day.
have an effect. We're out on the A-bomb side, though. Focus on this. Bledard does get traded there. Big find from owner to try and create space for this plant.
Oh. For his chance. Trouble as well. Same for him. They're trying to get themselves into a spot for one. So that might come a little easier than done. Valon. Let's do a 2 versus 2. So 30 seconds to make a move here, and it's a still pretty awkward fight. Owner, he finds Valon. Now they can double stack Donut if they want to. Oh, wow. Well played, actually, the 2 versus 2. That nearly got very, very worrying. And with them, didn't.
Yeah, not quite. Basement Boys, though, immediately bouncing back, and this is what I talked about. This is what I was worried about as being
not good there.
Yeah, potential problem. So I think they're going to have to really watch out in terms of what they do next on this X-Mana side. They do just about have the money to invest back in, which I think is obviously pretty important, but it could get super, super one-sided, and we're at that crossroads. We're at that 7 rounds. I was going to say the band number, but, you know, we're at that sort of mark where it's very, very scary and very difficult to come back from if your CT side especially is not getting off the ground.
That's it. right around here. First 40 seconds or so, not a lot offered up. The idea here with this, the side, trying to draw out a fight from X-Manor, and you know, credit to them, they're playing patient themselves, not giving them anything.
Oof.
Until then.
Indeed. They take a move. They find a kill, but there has been one back. The Orc creeping forwards. Dangerous territory, but he does come away with 2. And Bledard, this is what we wanted to see from him. A big moment. Is it going to be enough? They have still a lot of control over on A. Frivder is only good for 1, so it's down to just trouble here, and with such little time, I think he's going to take his AK into the next and allow the round to slip away. It is a second for X-Manor. Again, just in the nick of time, but going to have to keep them going.
Yeah, nice move. And also, I think a real positive that we actually are finally properly seeing Bledard come alive. You know, obviously he started pretty rough. It was 0-4 for him. Well, they won that round, and it opened the door for him to start really doing well. And now the hope is that we actually get him consistently putting up some great numbers. We need to build something out of this half. It's obviously the sort of key talking point from this, what we've seen thus far. Floor's donut for him. He's had flashes over. Looking to send Fake Reality into the fight.
Could be the A execute coming in. Fake Reality on the sort of later lurking towards mid. It's actually going to work out quite nicely. Going around here at the moment. He has a few options in terms of what he wants to do. Both teams smoking off donuts, so that's kind of hilarious. Sonic up close. Good for 2. Tag from Bledard. It's a finish that time. And they are weary of a late lurker from the mid position. I don't think it's going to matter too much, though, because the AWP just keeps killing. It's all down to Fake Reality, who was, I think, this late sort of contingency plan to help with donut presence and then maybe hold off the bomb plant, but they never make it that far. X-Man are finally able to get a couple together. Fake Reality reveals himself. Damage is always going to be good. Their money is very, very low. I think they recognize that full respect being shown across that he could potentially do this.
Yeah, do not give him a chance. I think it's sort of the main part about this. Don't give him the option. 23 seconds. 1 versus 3. He is nowhere near the bomb. He is, looks like no intent of even getting near to fighting for it. So the AK will be saved. Will be yet another round on the board. Up to 3 now for the CT side. 3 staying alive as well. Now we get to start asking questions slightly in a maybe more worrying tone. Basement Boys started well, sure, alleviated by getting the pistol and getting those initial rounds out the way, but actually now since the guns are coming to play, it's Manor now starting to look kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, got to be a little bit careful here. Got to be a little careful because this is sort of what was happening yesterday. X-Manor, take them a few rounds to maybe get the download, and then they would manage to turn things on its head. Great little flashes here. Good couple of kills, and he doesn't quite make it deep enough. Would have been devastating, but still, the damage done is pretty substantial right now. But runs out of ammo and caught out in the open. But still, if they only lose 1, I don't think it's quite the end of the world. He's made some money. He was just after the ecos. You know how it goes. We've all been there. Trying to follow the traces. Nobody does any damage to anybody. Oh, there you go. Eventually, they're able to find each other, and it is Amar to finish it off.
chance at the ecos. What's going to give me the stats is the feeling, but a little scrappy, a little ugly, and, you know, a round in which all that the real care about, I guess, is just getting over the line. I don't know how it's really that much how you get there. One round game now. 4-5. What a sumptuous display as well that we've actually started to get out of this. And some real questions get to be asked now about what has become a very dwindling showing. Your concern leaning in after, as I've been saying, since the guns have come into play, it only has felt like one team has really been in the thick of it.
Big fights in middle. And when the dust settles, it's Krivda who's found a pretty important two-piece. Allows Basement Boys to perhaps start directing things just as the smoke dissipates. Oh, it's an elbow spotted. That might be all you need. And it might have been the bomb carrier, actually. Doesn't look like it. They're not all moving. But they are ready for at least one to be in cave. This many, not so sure. Amar's got his work cut out for him. Nearly gets all three. Not quite. They know what's up now. Going to be down to trouble. And he's opted to change things up a little. Ledard playing it patiently for the time being. Not quite going to pay off for him. Going to get the bomb plant in, so at least there's some money back in the next round. But great to clutch this one up and secure your 6.
Okay.
Lovely find on the first. He knows about where this AWP is at. Did he see an elbow? Did he see a silhouette? It looks like not. Ledard moves around. Trouble to just hold this angle, but for how long? All a question of timing here. No kit available for the AWPer, and Trouble gets tagged. That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed if your name is X-Manor, but for the Basement Boys, they will take it.
As close as it gets it. And such a sigh of relief as well to get it over the line. Another round which starts really aggressive. I still like that Basement Boys haven't lost their individual confidence, but they needed a hero, and my god did they get one. Trouble steps up in such a huge way, and it's just the fact that he's leg. That is the bit that I think mentally will really hurt the most about it. But 6-4. Guaranteed worst case scenario. It's a tied game, but might be a confidence booster there. They can actually lock in a lead on their map pick. Oh, I want to say that is a squandered opportunity. Feels like a kind way of putting it. Should have hit that. Doesn't. I missed out sure with the opener. Goes with the T side.
Yeah, pretty big deal. 4 rounds still feels like not quite enough for X-Manor, so
yes, agreed.
I think they are in a position where they just need that tiny little bit more. Slowing it way, way down now, Neo, as well. They're going to look towards the A-bomb site and just sort of contact things in over there. Owner is lightly keeping them entertained in at lane. And Valen needs to be brave and maybe take the peek and start to open up the information game. But it's going to be a full-on retake while a man down. So perhaps not the greatest for the side of X-Manor here.
Yeah, it could be rough. And you know, also decisions to be made as well. They lose this initial fight, which they don't, actually. I was going to say, then that's when you would maybe tempt fate to say, but let's open up proceedings, or does this actually draw them into early caskets? It looks like the second option. Ledard. And Amar. Oh, Ledard's dead to rights. There's that flank. Just about can't get the second. Amar. 9 points of HP he survives on. A lucky man indeed. But it will not change the feeling of this game, as it's now a lead locked in at the half. A stellar showing after a couple of hiccups, sure. Now, for the most part, feels like a really, really nice position to be in. And even to add to it as well, buy around that saved orb is going to be rough in this next round too.
Yeah, I think so for sure. It's not a great look, and as I say, they need just that little bit more to stay hot on the heels of Basement Boys into the second half. X-Mana not having a great time here, and honestly, I think that Dust 2 is really quite a scary prospect for them. I know it's a favourite, but it feels very hit or miss, and Basement Boys are no pushovers on it, so if they can't even keep this map close, it does not bode well. That is rough. Valen turns away from a teammate's flash just to get clapped by the man coming around the corner. Bledard is here on the orb, and he can have moments. He's looking to have one at the moment, but unfortunately, not for him. Still, it's a 2 versus 2. Bombs hit the deck. Things do slow way down and get kind of scary for this T side. They're both split. It's going to be individual fights required. Serber taking a moment, deep breath, but still can't find the kill. So it's all on Zonic. They know about him.
Impossible. Especially just because of that low HP of Owner, but far from a nice spot. A waiting game, 45 seconds now as that C4 goes down. He wants to try and catch one in the transition of the plant. It deals damage. Still, the crossfire should be good enough, but Owner doesn't play the crossfire. He plays the fight. And thankfully, honestly, Zonic is the one who dies around that corner. 8-4 at the half. Basement Boys looking good on their map pick.
Welcome back in, folks. Is it going to be enough for X-Mana? That is, of course, the big conversation around the way that half pans out. Basement Boys able to split the difference at the very end, and I think they will be happy with how they've played things out, their own map pick, and indeed, I think Ancient going to start to shape it out as being their home pick in the near future. We'll see how this second half goes. We, of course, have got the big question of the pistol, which always tends to set that tone. But X-Mana It's not quite comfortable enough on this map, I feel, and, well, that would explain the pick in a big, big way. It does find itself towards the bottom of the pool. There's quite a big drop-off for X-Mana. They've got some decent maps in there towards the top, some that they play a lot, some that they have a bit of success on. But towards the bottom, they've got some very, very dreadful maps that I think they're just not putting the work into, especially since losing the organisational backing. Ancient does fit into that, and the Basement Boys looking to prove it. We'll see, though, as this pistol gets underway.
Yeah. The pistol for Basement Boys was really good in the first half, and well, it starts really good here. Owner is gifted a freebie. Amar goes searching for information towards Red Room on his own. Gets owned. The way they want to start, but they have to make their way out towards this B side. So it looks like bomb will be planted without too much of a hindrance. That'll be the case. Zonic for one. Bledard, one of his own as well. And actually, this long play is being shut down. It's a 4-man pack that play to long. There's just absolutely nothing that Basement Boys can do.
Simple, yet effective. Fake Reality takes ahead. He's looking to get out of here if he can. He was close. Go back. Will eventually go down. So I think was just looking to obviously make some money there. Knew that his days were perhaps numbered. They do get that extra injection from eliminating a couple of players, of course, these days. But a good start for X-Mana into the second half. Definitely what they wanted. I think they're going to have more fun on the T side here, just able to direct things. And we will see that pack mentality an awful lot from these guys. So we'll find out how they try and play this. It's going to be an eco out, just the 5-7 for Owner. Basement Boys going for the early gun round, which is always good to see. Neo going to be a very big fan of that one. 5-7. Hidden away in the corner. Did he fully make it in there? Not so sure. Don't think so. Everybody goes down. Trouble to find one, and that is all she wrote.
And that would have happened anyway if they had gone for a 4. So you may as well get the round out where it's inexpensive. And then now we can buy back in. And sure, maybe you might get one more kill. But grand scheme of things, is it going to change things? No. That is the long and short of it. 8-6 is now only a couple of rounds of breathing room, but we'll buy it back in place for Basement Boys. And one in which they need to win as well. Let this one slip and actually really X-Mana do get themselves, I mean, they should basically time the game up at that point at 8 all, and then all the hard work to get to that 8-4 comfortable lead in the first half is nullified immediately, and a move like that, it's bold by Amar on the Mac 10, but I love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is part of it, like I say, as they did with some of their overstacking in places. The boldness angle is very much what they're about on this X-Mana side. So you just got to watch it. Not much of a default. It's very, very puggy. It's very team-based, and it's very fast. You know, if you find yourself losing one player and then someone else is trying to trade, or whatever the case may be, you might actually end up hitting 3 or 4 players, and then everyone's dead, and it's like, where did the round go? And that's what's happened here a little. So Basement Boys have got to be really careful. The key aspect, I think, to the X-Mana game is momentum and the fact that they just keep up this relentless aggression. So it can get very, very one-sided very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's it. Saba. Bad idea. But a dead man. Another AK gifted over. Smoke front side. They should be fine to save him. Angle that Magen's playing in. You can't really spam it as long as he doesn't peek. So should be fine. And will be. Bomb goes off. 1 round game. And the quick move by Amar that opens things up leads into a round found. And brilliantly done. And this is the scary thing about X-Mana. Yes, that first half wasn't great, but this is like one of the best sides when it comes towards this sort of like death ball type Counter-Strike that we talk about, where they are just flying in as you do. We saw them do it with the pistol. We see them do it there on towards Shelf. They are happy to play as like a 4-man pack and just fly into every single fight that they can take. And they sure are effective can be.
miss. Rupta goes down. Fake reality traded. Ona's still here. They seem to know about him. Ollie's coming in to really push him back. But quick rotations could be effective. Trouble finds one. Dealt with swiftly. They just need that one elusive kill, you know, the one sort of untraded kill especially that seems to be getting away from them. Maybe starting the conversation about a save now. And this is what I mean. Just like that, it's been evened up. And I think Basement Boys, it's like blink and you'll miss it.
That's it. That's the pace of these rounds, though, and what makes it, again, so fun to watch this team play at this sort of level. They got to be one of the worst type of teams to try and pug against as well. Like, relentlessly quick, relentlessly aggressive, and, sort of egg you on to fight them in a way. And mechanically are so sharp, they will punish you time and time again. So here it is, and that's it. That post-spawn, I think, is also played really well. You kind of touching on it. They needed that untraded kill. They just don't give it to them, right? As much as they are insanely aggressive, and at times, I think, from the naked eye, I might look a little bit too over-aggressive. The points at which they bring the discipline in are really good, and we kind of see it there, right? They draw themselves away from the fights, and a couple of smokes go down. They don't give anything over. So, it's a piece. Unfortunately, that lead is slipped away in a matter of moments, and it could be flipping hands. Double opener that comes through. In the open, Trouble surely dead to rights, and is.
Man, this is going crazy. X-Mana taking over. Basement Boys really, really struggling. And this is it. You take your eye off this team. I think they maybe thought they had done the hard work. And not the case. This is, again, something that I think potentially affects the side of Basement Boys. They've also lost their coach, in June. Not necessarily replaced him. So there's not anyone to come behind them and just take a moment and a breather and just notice what's going on or what small adjustment might save them from disaster here, because X-Mana are turning this game around.
Yeah. And not only turning it around, they're very rapidly running away with this. It's getting the position of saying this is actually dire straits. As much as a one-round game, it's the feeling of this. It's the pace at which this T side are taking map control and making life really horrible to deal with. No shocker we see a timeout. I was going to say, if we don't, I would have been baffled. Even with said timeout, is that going to change anything? It has felt and looked quite brilliant, and I think, again, this, we talk about sort of this death ball and the snowball effect that comes through. I think this is also the kind of the type of team, X-Mana, one of the worst teams you can possibly have to let them get confident. You let them get confident, you're dead. You're in trouble, and that's kind of where we're at now.
Yeah. It is problematic, to say the least, and maybe too little too late as well on taking a moment, on taking a timeout, so...
I think so.
Yeah,
I think it should have been called at 8-6 and 8-7, to be honest. You actually prioritize burning them early.
Yeah, you got to do it very, very quickly now. Not only winning the round here, but you're going to have to hit 10 or 11 rounds before you let X-Mana back on the board. Good start. Very good start indeed. They're ready for the hit. They find two. They've got a player deep, ready to burst. The bomb hitting the deck as well. What does Owner choose to do? Molotov might slow them down slightly, but the plant is still going to come in, and some dangerous peaks now as the AWP is posted up and ready to go. Serba wins his fight. That clears out Donut, and suddenly we're 3-on-3. It's going to be a tough peak around here for Krivda and Owner, who both go down. It's all on Trouble on the AWP, and he's out of there. He doesn't know how low they are. Whack that pistol out, man. You might be able to take some names, but he's straight out of there. And the Basement Boys fail the retake.
I will say that angle in towards Temple, it's so deep. It's such a horrible one to clear, even though it's like a 1 versus 2 on that raw part of the fight. Nothing would have changed there, really. It's such an uncomfortable one. Even if they had got the trade kills, like you mentioned, they're just playing the clock there and playing it well. So, what was an 8-4 half favor of Basement Boys. They now find themselves behind 10-8. And at quite some pace. Like, these T-side rounds are getting closed quickly. And that's what makes it all the more damning. It's not even the fact that they're winning so many rounds consistently. They're winning them so dominantly and so comfortably and so quickly that there's never even, like, a room to breathe, to be honest.
Nice find from Valen. Played hard as well up on the boost. Uh-oh. I think that last round might have been their last chance, to be honest.
Surely the mental's gone, right? Surely they're just tilted beyond belief.
Yeah. Gotta be a save here. You don't want to, even if you can save, to be fair. Bob's still not fully committed in, by the way. This has all happened with 1 or 2 players getting advanced. Trouble does make things kind of odd. Oh, and wait a moment. Might be able to catch another. Not quite there on the flick. You can tell he's kind of tilted. The mechanics, he's moving faster and aggressive.
Oh,
Hagen reveals himself. The bomb still has not been planted yet. I mean, this is a super messy round after what was quite a nice start. Just go B, for goodness sake. But, you know, they overthink things and lose a lot of players on the way. But still, I think, nice open plant. Plenty of time. He's far away. Should be able to secure it from here.
Yeah, maybe like ever slightly their own worst enemy. You feel that for a brief moment. The overcook, as we like to call it. Oh. Saver come forth. As expected. Mental's gone, though. Head really feels like it's fallen. But the rest of the timeouts is the only real thing you can do to try and dig yourself out of this spot. Can't say I have too much hope in them. It's fine. Kind of feels like I wish we could see this team play on exclusively the T side all the time.
Slow creep up middle here for the contact, or just one more round, it feels, to really lock this one in, especially if they deny the save away. Basement Boys kind of desperate for ideas. They're stacked over towards B. Not much happening at the moment. X-Mana uncharacteristically slow. Trying not to reveal too much at this stage.
Yeah, it's kind of like reverse conditioning, isn't it, really? Like, normally conditioning's the other way. It's like, we're playing really slow and then we'll throw a quick round in. With Mana, it's like, we're playing always quick and then we're going to throw a slow round in and see if you get nervy and overfight.
Yeah. I like this in Cave, though. They're boosted up quite nicely. Orb going in. I mean, dangerous. He tried to pick one of them off. It actually ends up splitting the difference. Gets a leg on the top guy. Next player in, though, does find 2. You can't be serious, Amar. What a find from him. There's still a lot of presence on this B-bomb side from the CT side. Trouble caught rotating nades. Can't really help his teammate out, so they have to concede the bomb plant at this stage. But they are here. They are ready to try and mount the retake. 3 versus 2. And again, the nerves start to come into play. You know, do you believe in yourself to get this one done? The orb just creeps around, picks off one easily. And Trouble will be the only one left. Ooh, gotta be careful giving him the fights. But Amar wins it. And it will be 12 for X-Mana. Having only lost the 1 round on their T-side campaign, they look set to take this one.
Again, like we've been saying, they looked set to take it, and so deservedly. The only thing that really could have changed there is if Fake Reality got more than one. Because he gets that first, because he's sort of overlooked by Serba. Serba wraps on the right-hand side of the pillar, and as Fake Reality gets flashed, he sort of moves around the pillar. It's a bit of a ring around the roses. He could have potentially got 2 out of that. That might have changed things. It might have then put it to 2 versus 2 in the post barn, which has a little bit more legs behind it. But these are all small talking points of me of trying to believe there's any sort of chance here. Realistically, I don't see it being the case. An open is nice, though. I will say that at the very least. But it's a very quick trade. And here's Death Ball again, moving their way forward. Krifta! The flash is good, but Bedard will get his kill. Now he's in a 1 versus 2, but he is so damn low. I don't think he knows about or expects this flank. And he won't. Fake Reality gets his. So a little bit of life left in them. And finally, first round on the board on the CT side. Better late than never.
Indeed, the old classic. Once they hit 12. Just got to watch it. The game yesterday against Miles NXT was so up and down and nearly comebacks and all this sort of thing. So Mana do have to be a little wary that they perhaps do struggle to close things out in a clean fashion. So yeah, just worth noting. And hopefully a very clear fix coming into today is just close the games out. Get the job done. Basement Boys now trying to play things a bit weird themselves. Lovely read though as they go for first out middle, try and respond to the noise that was being presented to them. Crypto with a key trade. That keeps the round slightly alive. Trouble trying to get in position with this AWP as quickly as he possibly can. He may well just creep into a good position over at Roki. But deleted. And it's all on Krivda to save the day here now. He reveals himself. He finds one. That might be it. Now that they know about him, he's got full battle utility and a kit. Whether he gets a chance to use it, though, is, of course, another question. Moving in through Temple here. Sonic's got half an eye on it. That's his sort of area to cover in a moment. Is he going to swing it? Is he just holding the off angle at this stage? Lovely little angle over there. Yeah, as soon as he creeps round, you know he's dead to rights. Really, really well done from Sonic to just hold it patiently and not give him the fight, not give him the overswing. But X-Mana with a really big steal. Basement Boys felt so good in that first half into the second. Achieving only the 1 round is really not going to be good enough. And they get punished for it.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge performance. And really is such a stellar T-side. And a testament to just how good this team really can be on their day. When this side, it's a point we touched on, right? You know, the raw mechanics. And also maybe the flip side as well of where, you know, obviously we look towards better. But I touched about this on the pre-show a lot. Like, if this team gets going, they are so difficult to deal with. Many teams have fallen flat to just how good the individuals can be, and that's what gets them across the line here today. I mean, I'm really impressed with what I've saw, and I hope we get to see more of it heading in towards map number 2, but for now, we're going to head to a break. So sit tight. We'll see map number 2 very soon.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.xbox.com. www.esl.com.
Welcome back in, folks. We are into map number 2 now. This is X Mana's pick. Looking forward to getting into it. They just showed a really great T-side. Very much in their style. It might not be the most strategically sound, let's say. Sure. Certainly something that in future other teams are going to be able to get used to. But Basement Boys, they got caught by it. They didn't adapt on the fly. Maybe the lack of the coach really not helping them in that case, and they won only one round, and it was right at the end when maybe the hard work was already done by X Mana. Now we move on to Dust 2, which is their pick, and look, I still think this is a bit tough. Basement Boys are decent on this map, maybe not one that they play loads and loads, to be fair, especially more recently. Like if you take away your average stats, which are like 3 months, there's actually a massive gap. So if you put it into 1 month, they've only played it a couple times. Right, and on the other side, X Mana, really big fans of this map. It's tough. They don't win it as much as maybe they would want. They do have some games in here, like a 3-loss streak just at the end of last month, where they're not even hitting double digits and things like this. So I still don't rightly know what to make of Dust 2. It is, alongside Mirage, one of those maps that goes up in the air for a lot of the times that it gets picked up. But all the same, if X Mana are able to tap into what they've just shown us, then I don't know that the map matters too much, and they should once again look to dominate.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think realistically it's one of those where, you know, at least for me it feels like maybe the map doesn't matter, maybe just the raw individuals are just better. I think it's kind of like the issue maybe that I have with this, that, you know, kind of fathom a way you get back into this. Or Basement Boys, it's quite difficult, because I just think we've just seen what display they can put up, right? That T-side in particular, in towards Ancient, nothing short of spectacular, only dropping 1 round. That was right as they hit 12 as well, so at that point the game was all but done. I think they were just a little bit desperate to close it out rather than seeing it over the line in the same comfortable fashion in which they had. But nevertheless, it's one of those things for me where it's, you know, we're going towards Dust 2. It's another, maybe even more so, huggy map, and it feels like it should be very much on the lock and key for me for this X Mana side to just see it over the line, do it with ease, do it with comfort, and, well, really actually kind of settle this and book themselves in towards the final with so much of that confidence as they rightfully deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that there is a real potential for them to have a successful day here if they can really put this one to bed and then face off in the next game as well. I think that there is a fair chance. And that game at the moment, just about closing out on that first map with Bushido Wildcats looking pretty good. And I mean, that's going to be your main opponent if you are X Mana, I would think, if everything goes to plan. They have been looking pretty good, and I think that that's the team that, you know, you're going to have to prove yourself against if you are to take the victory here today. But that is, of course, something to set your sights on. Just after this one, they're going to make sure not to miss the wood for the trees and get the job done here as well on Dust 2, which I think, you know, you said in between maps, like, let's get it done. Let's make sure to see this off, because that Mirage is going to be a really difficult third map again. Something that you don't want to be testing. You don't want to be tempting fate, as it were. So, yeah, X Mana, maybe a lot of work done on Ancient to get things done in that second half and to look really good. But they need to make sure that they get this right now and don't just sort of take their foot off the gas, as it were, thinking that Dust 2 should just fall into place.
Yeah, I had a little update as well from our producer, so Bushido have actually won that as well. I'm seeing it over the line. So now, again, it's actually kind of a sort of quite interesting thing. I would have really expected Leo there, and maybe in a way also would have predicted Basement Boys heading in towards this series. So I think potentially we're already in a position where we're on the cards for 2 different types of upsets, which, I mean, that'd be huge. That'd be really fun to see in their own way as well, when these games don't always quite go the way they're expected. It is just a proof of sort of like how tier 2 is in a way, right? Where it is and can be a real bloodbath, and the lack of consistency, even you take, you know, just one day off and really costly. But for these sides, or, you know, all 4 of these sides who remain in this competition, that qualification to the EU finals and the potential of being able to go towards Pro League is massive. I mean, it actually quite literally can be in that sort of region of like life-changing and career-changing as well, getting their way towards Pro League, especially in the cases of, for example, like X-Mana. You know, we touched on it a little bit earlier, but TDK won the previous cup, or the previous season, may I say. And then they've obviously now just been picked up by one win in a big org with a massive budget behind them. They've got, of course, got Pro League around that corner as well. So, yeah, you know, a lot to like. And it can be the one that really kind of changes the foreseeable future for you. So these sort of matches and these sort of cups are vitally important. So, Dust 2 about to begin momentarily, and off the back of a fantastic map out of X-Mana, they're looking to follow it up as well. Baseball Boys are now going to get a response on their opponent's map pick. And after the show we just saw, I don't know about you, Scriv, I'm not super confident.
Yeah, I think I'd be in agreement. So, the challenge set forth as we move on to Dust 2 now. Hopefully some competition here, you know, and just make things exciting. I feel like the Basement Boys have worked pretty hard to be here. They deserve to have a good map at the very least, and to keep things very competitive. But like I say, the Dust 2, I think it just feels like a map that they sort of play when they have to.
Yes.
Not one that they pick into, so yeah, definitely worry a little bit in terms of how the current Dust 2 is going to look. They played quite a lot of it in May, it looks like, on an official level. And there weren't necessarily any changes then. So I think that the lessons that they learned hopefully have been applied to slightly more long-term roster now. We are going to find out. A little bit of a moment before we get in, by the looks of things. Small tech it might be here, unfortunately, so hopefully not waiting too long. Okay, we are actually, I think I've just had word that we are going to take a little bit of a break on this one, guys, so not quite sure what the issue is. Do be sure to stick with us, keep an eye on it, and we'll be back as soon as we can.
best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Okay, good. I was going to say I'm not going to fully get sold until that time is going down, but it is, of course, now going down. We got X-Mana starting out on the T side, and I think they might be a little happy for that because they've just come off the back of a very, very good T side. So pick up where you left off. Just to functions differently, but can still employ some of the same kind of logic as they had on Ancient. A lot of pack-based mentality plays, of course, going to be coming in here. Some utility brought up and some fights being taken in at mid by Fake Reality in particular. Nearly loses his head, but able to walk away.
Yeah, we're finally on the way. We had such a good ending to that previous game, and it was a real quite spicy affair. Hope it's for more of the same. Engagement. A lot of damage is being dealt. Somehow everyone's still alive for now.
Yeah. Trouble able to find the first, though, just as you say that. See if any of this damage is capitalized on, I suppose. Trouble looking for more heads here. He will lose his own quite quickly, in fact. And Fake Reality quaking in his boots. He's so very low himself. Thank goodness that 5 HP player was leading the charge. Takes him down, gets the man advantage back. 4 versus 3 now. Slow build up into this retake. They're all quite far away. Very, very tentative in terms of how they want to do this. Krivda on the Julies. Feels like they're putting a lot of the pressure on him. Bledard takes a quick one onto that low HP player. He will drop down. 2 in towards short. How do they want to play it? Are they both swinging in? Are they playing the bomb? They are looking to try and go on a patient game, and they don't know where this second player is. They'll start peeking together now. Zonic's found 2 heads. Owner's got to push in and get both here. Is he going to be able to do that? No, he won't. And Zonic with 3 big kills. Great little move there from the X-Mana boys at short. Such a good look here. 4 X-Mana to work with. Really, really impressed by what they have laid down again in the post plant. And I think there's a world in which this could move in a very positive direction if they can keep that kind of energy going forwards. Just the pistols out in this round. Too much for the basement boys quite yet. See if they can take a name or two. I'm not expecting too much. Deagle in play, of course, is always going to be a big part of the game. 5-7. Getting a little excited. Does manage to take one, but he's instantly dealt with. Still, any kind of damage is going to be big here. All fighting in towards mid. Taking a couple of names. I think I'll be happy with that. They do indeed get 3 guns down, so...
Yeah, pretty
be good, and a loss of a rifle as well, as Serber's not able to retrieve one.
But this, you kind of in a round like that. Like, you don't have the expectation to be walking away with, like, a win or, I mean, realistically making it kind of stick for you. But making it expensive is a slight, like, cherry on top kind of thing of what is a lost round. And with that being said, now gives you your hope, chance to start pulling away a little bit here on your gun run. Because you win this, you can rate that economy on the T side, and it is a really good way of keeping momentum at least somewhat even, despite you being a couple rounds in the hole. This is for Basin Boys where they can capitalize upon this. And it starts well. Opening double for them. Whilst barely taking any damage in doing so to get into a 5 versus 3. Already huge. Flash over. Second. Will catch fake reality. Blind for a moment, but he's going to make a move. I think he goes a little early there. He actually could have crept round the smoke. It might not matter. Him in trouble. Combine 4 more, and it's all falling apart. Trouble's been hurt at the molly. They do not expect the elevator player of Magent, and what a round to take as well for Basement Boys. And it does have that huge knock-on effect. And here's where the previous round's expenses end up looking and feeling quite costly.
For sure. Yeah, really going to come to bite them very, very fast. So Basement Boys with a chance to fully break them, take a lead, start controlling the game as they did in the early stages of Ancient. So I'm sure it'd be very nice for them to go back to that. But got to see this one off. Which again, with the X-Mana unpredictability, could be easier said than done at this stage. So nothing too loud just yet. Just getting that utility out and figuring out if there is going to be an overface, but Basement Boy's not taking any chances here.
Oh. A lot of damage to Cerber on that cross. Allen and Bled are also going to take a lot before Bled will end up falling. He's waiting up close. Going to have to look in the direction at some point. He's holding that crossing towards short. It's an important fight that they need to take there, but unfortunately ends up being really costly as Trouble gets 2.
See if they can do anything with the remaining position that they have. Scout still in play. There's a smoke available here. So maybe a bomb plant on the cards, but beyond that, it's difficult to envision a successful round here. Flash lined up, and Trouble has just managed to get in behind them with the perfect timing. Surely one. Well, that's all he's going to get, because Fake Reality was in there, but they had the information. Well in from Trouble. Great round from him. And the Basement Boys shut that one down very, very well. So, build up in these early rounds. Looking good for Basement Boys to make themselves known and just forget about the mishaps of Ancient.
Alrighty. Tied square, and easy lead to be taken here for the CT side, and of course becomes that question of how far can they take it. We're buying towards that next round number 6, and you really expect the best work to be done by X-Mana on their T side. The CT side, it left a lot to be desired. Fine. Thanks, up. Should be decent round. Similar to what Basement Boys did earlier. They like to make it a bit expensive, but the 3 kills where the Basement Boys did earlier, I don't think is going to happen. Valens is dead by the drive-by. Trouble gets 3.
Yeah, really picking up the frags, this guy. His numbers have gone crazy in the past few rounds. All the way up to 10 kills already, so exciting times. See if they can keep it up, of course. This is the scary prospect now. As there's another gun round back from X-Mana. And they will be looking to answer as best they possibly can. Leonard on the angle, ready for a fight. Nearly takes two with him. A failed smoke has potentially cost the CT side a lot of their control, and it's Cerber who comes round to finish off the long hold. Bomb plant is absolutely going to happen here. There's only two that remain for the CT side. They have cash. It's not loads and loads, but they will probably give this a good look. And it's a good idea because Amar is on the other side of the world right now. So directly a 2 versus 2 that they could definitely do something with here. Just a question of if they can capitalize time. First comes easy. Information not there on everybody. Down goes a short smoke. Zonic reveals himself. Owner got to be around here somewhere. It's safe to assume that the two players are going to be together. He comes close but can't get the kill down. And X-Mana will take it.
It's good to get that response after letting the lead slip. Feeling a little bit uncomfortable in some of these rounds. A little bit and a little bit on edge in terms of some of the fights they were taking. They were not having the same level of consistency as we saw towards that tail end of map number 1. That's better. Get on the board. You tie things back up, and now you hope to build up on it. It just is a little expensive. Is the only issue. But that's all they'll care about as they look to cause a couple of problems. Money to work with. This round, and technically, you know, assuming if this round was to fall, there'd be, you know, the assumption of maybe at least a save, if not a couple of saves. Some boys do have a buy here, buy next round as well with the sort of residual cash, just about. 0.5 for Krivda, 2.1 for Magent. All it takes is like one save around that, and they can sort of squeeze something out. So, if you want to get a real run of form here, the Seaside, not only you got to win this round, you got to win it flawlessly, and on top of that as well, not take that many kills heading your direction. It's a lot to ask, but they made their way up towards ramp, and a lot of Utah will come through. Amar and Fake Reality, the first save, the first real chunk of damage, but it's only first to fall.
Yeah, moving fast here. The AWP is quite close to the action. Trims off another. Can they take him out here? Oh my god, he gets close to finding another, but not quite. There's a lot of damage done. Bomb will go down. Long is being flanked out, but Krivda fluffs his lines a little bit there. Moving a bit too fast, shooting a bit too early. I think shot at like the spinning AWP barrel. So that is very, very problematic indeed. Going to give away a large portion of their retaking position here. Cerber doing well. Coming alive at the right time. Down to the 1 versus 1. USP out. And it's just not quite enough damage. Cerber finds 4 overall. And X-Mana will regain their lead.
Nice work. Nicely done. And that's what we were saying. It's where you've got to make it expensive. You've got to, in a way, really not only win the round, but win it in a sort of a style, essentially. That shot from Blade obviously absolutely ridiculous. But it's the fact that nothing is saved. Down and towards that 1 versus 1. Verted leg shot onto Kriv there. Nice reactions from Bledard. He'll go for a second attempt at it, which is the boost. But we'll get up there. Double up. Eventually fall all the same. Sonic will catch Fake Reality pushing mid. And it's all starting to now just slot itself into place against this low buy, or so I say. Oh, no, nice shot.
Right, Basement Boys now once again in that same kind of position. They do need to stay hot on the heels and make sure that this doesn't spiral too much. X-Mana starting to find the groove. Starting to build a good lead. But a big round here required. Going to be more long control coming in for Basement Boys. Didn't quite work for them the last time they went for this. This time it'll work, but only by virtue of the fact that nobody's here. Or of a B hit. Smoke comes in. They still want to go for it. I think there was sort of a pull away, but then the doors smokes come in. They're really talking this over, but they have decided to bail. And I'm a fan of that. The B burst very rarely works. You know, just flat with no other distractions or no other damage done or whatever it may be. It's really a risky move.
I agree. Mid to B split. Get behind that all day. Raw B pop. not as much. However, they try and go without that CT cross-smoke as it fades and try and do something a little unorthodox and utilize that to their own good, but it doesn't work. I think Reality finds that first. There's Urban House to watch on from the grave. Seconds. What's the ID in this round? Bledard, pop shot, not converted. You know they're outdoor, but even despite being outdoor, I think there's a realization sort of at the moment for Basic Boys that they can't do a lot. I was going to say, there's a fake Reality spot. That'll change things. They get that kill and they immediately are going to double back and try and fight towards ramp. Amar, where are his bullets going? Magen's going to get 2. He's run out of ammo, but he gets bailed out by Trouble. This is a wild round where all the right things have happened at the right time for Basement Boys before staying alive. They find their floor.
Yeah, this is good, though, keeping it competitive. I think there was potentially a world in which this could have just fallen apart. You know, last map really doesn't go your way. And indeed, I thought there was maybe a chance that the Dust 2 would just be sort of one-way traffic, maybe the odd round here or there, but the Basement Boys are keeping it real, keeping it close. And looking good while doing so. Comes off the back of the big man, and he absolutely is here for the Basement Boys. Trouble really, really looking strong. Will be a buyback from X-Mana, but it's not great. So another key opportunity, another big swing round that Basement Boys in particular need to secure.
Ripped up. This is great info being gathered at the moment. Really, really great. What a space that he has just off the back of his individual move. And the fact that there's a fight, I was going to say, in towards doors, means that he's overlooked. But he actually probably should have waited to line up a couple. He doesn't. Gets his one, doubles away, but then they also have to spend a lot of time clearing him out.
Oh, Crypta. Gotta be careful, they're after him. Trade's there. Uh-oh. Now Valen stuck out in the open. Comes away with one. Trouble on the AWP, trying to keep his cool.
Wow.
USP out for the close range fight. And he has done just that. It's a Glock out for Bledard. He shows him how it's done as well. Into the 1-on-3 now. Turn 2 makes it just a 1-on-1. But he does not have the number of Magan, who drops him in the back. Unfortunate, but the way that it goes, another great round coming out from Trouble.
Yeah. He individually is in some red-hot form at the moment. He feels next to untouchable with just how sharp his mechanics are. And definitely, of course, that worry to how do we stop him? Once again, looking at this replay, it's fantastic. He just gets unfortunate that flick. He actually underflicks it, if anything. So, brilliance has led them to tying this game up, but maybe a bit of an overfight here. Thankfully, Ona will double back around and level the playing field. But they can't really deny it going on towards B. The bomb's been dropped. Not quite the second time. They're going to try and get a plant out of this, and they actually will. Plant confirmed.
I mean, could be big here. Could be really big.
It's winnable, very much so.
I like where Valen's at. M4 picked up. Nade comes in. Tiny bit of damage. Yeah, they've got some nades in play here. Do the Basement Boys, and that's the big find. Ona gets it done. Keep it cool. No panic, and they will see it off. It's good for the next round. Really would have been nice, though, to just steal away number 6, but not going to happen.
Yeah. Oh. Lead taken and looking to guarantee it at the halfway point. After much better showing on this CT side. Of course, we've had moments where it's felt very uncomfortable in this whole series for Basement Boys, but this is a lot more like it. Really one that you can actually feels like properly build upon. Even at 6-all, I think considering that that previous map felt like it was so heavily weighted because of the Stellar T side of X-Mana. This has a different air to it. Trying to flash out and towards long, and it will actually work well as Maggot gets paused. Bledard can't confirm the second, but thankfully Valen's there for the trade.
4 on 3 now. Looking to get the bomb plant and play into the post. See some weirdness going on as we've got Amar nice and late. Can he catch anyone off here? It looks like they have maybe heard a footstep of his. Lower tunnel player in particular. They will take him down, but the AWP has fallen in the meantime. So it's just 2 remaining. They have a good idea of where these guys are going to be coming from. Great nade there to soften them up massively. And now what? Smoke goes over. They're going to try and go for an execute of their own, of course. Flashes. Headshot doesn't land on the first, and I think you really did need that early kill. Not loads of time on this bomb. Play it nice and slowly. Draw them in. Keep them distracted. Stop them from getting anywhere near this bomb. And indeed, that is what they will do. 6-6 at the turn of the half. Cannot split these two teams here on Dust 2. We'll see if that remains the case after the break.
Alrighty. Well, welcome back in. We're looking forward now to this second half after a much more competitive first half compared to how the first map ended. But it is still anybody's game at 6 apiece here on Dust 2 of X-Men are already a map up. Basement boys, we need them to once again show how good they can be. But I don't know, I'm not super convinced just yet. And X-Men, they've had a fair decent consistency when it's come towards the pistol.
Yeah, no, it is true. It is very, very true. I think we'll see, again, if they can kind of set the tone into this, but we're hoping for more of that competition and just sort of the closer game. As it goes out, you know, that is definitely what we're here for. Drifter spamming away. Interesting kind of tactic as he's making noise and making it seem like he's maybe peeking in without actually risking a peek. I'm not quite sure, but He's being annoying and maybe distracting away. Is it going to work? Oh, I don't think so. Valen with some great finds, and Zonic, he took a shot to the side of the head. They had no idea where he was. It doesn't get, like, communicated. You know, the silenced USP does its job in between all the comms that are going on. So he comes away with another. They make that look way too easy over there, Neo, and it is just Magan who finds a kill. He will go down swiftly. X-Mana with a great pistol.
Yeah, and they're keeping up that sort of really solid statistic of just how clean the pistols can look for them. They've definitely got that advantage going for them. And it's really one thing that, of course, we kind of want a little bit more out from Basement Boys. How different this game could be if pistols were going their way, or at least more even, in a sense. 7-6. By for Basement Boys about that plant, but it easily should be the 8th. Of course, then, a lot of pressure. Round number 15 on that gun round for Basement Boys. They made it expensive in the bonus in the first half. They'd love to do that once again.
I'm sure. Amar takes the first, and he will back away. So not overstaying there. Welcome. Not getting greedy. We can definitely get behind that. Just looking for the one kill that this Deagle deserves. Amar out towards middle again, looking for another fight. Should be able to get this. I mean, it's a Glock by itself. Oh, spoke too soon. He does go down to it. Well, that's unfortunate. Are they going to be able to get the plan here? I think they might just brute force it out, which is good. They'll close the gap down. They'll finish them off. But a kill and a bomb plant, you can be pretty happy on the minimal investment.
Yeah. I think you're right. Hanging around like this. Bomb plant. Kill. It's the cherry on top for the buy. Alright, well. Messing around a bit, but still an 8-6, a 2-round buffer. Which is a nice spot to be in, but this gun round, pretty important for both sides. For X-Mana, you win this and you can really start pulling away to the point of where the 9th, then it feels like the 10th would most likely be locked into place at that point. You're so close to the finish line. And quite a lead on Basement Boys. Flip side, win this for this C side and kickstart actually the comeback once again and pressure back on towards X-Mana, who haven't looked as comfortable on this map compared to the second half of map 1.
Yeah, you are correct. So it feels like a really big job on the cards. Basement Boys getting out bits of control. Nothing much coming off, though. Keeping it quiet at the moment. The bomb as well. Just got to be careful. Fully on its own over there in the B tunnels. It is a 3-man B lean in from X-Mana, which certainly raises some eyebrows. I think this will end up towards short. So if things go really, really bad on the A bomb side, it's just like an immediate save. There's no way that the rotators are going to get there in time.
Precisely. It's very much a committal play. Send trouble out in towards mid. He's got in contact here, trying to draw a bit of attention. Good timing on that short smoke, however. But in comes the flashes, and in comes the nades. Wow, fake reality left incredibly low. That flashbang is really nice. It's Sonic trying to play up right towards the box. You've got Bledard on the corner. The flash allows him to fight, and he nails his shot. Bledard gets another as well. This A defense is stellar, and there now is your rotates. There's the support. The cavalry have come through. You got no time to recollect that bomb and get it down, so it will be a 9th on the board. A couple of saves will come through. Very nearly not the case for Owner, but a couple saved over. But that's such a good defense. Bledard does so well to get to, and up close on the site, just taking a lot of the pressure there. Brilliant.
Yeah, really well played, really well kept together. 4x mana. As I said, pressure was on, but they do deliver, as some people often do under pressure. Look if they can do it again here. It's actually going to be a reinvestment, probably primarily to just even out the econ as much as they can. But obviously not the best buy, but also not the worst when you're going for a full spend like this. They're going to look for that B play now. I'm never a massive fan, but we'll see if they can pull it off.
Oh, that is a really laboured spray from Server. Fallon has to play up close here. He does well for the second. He's sort of just trying to be a nuisance, and he's actually going to force them to cancel. Uh-oh, the own lurk smoke of Basement Boys has forced them away.
Yeah, kind of strange to see. They will move away. They will try and hit the A-bomb site itself. They've got a player quite deep up short that might not be expected here. Amar taking a look. Doesn't even get one, to be fair, but still a really, really deep player. Could have gotten aggressive there and taken out some of the CT presence, but not going to go for it. Bomb plant coming in, and Zonic strikes at the perfect moment. Hagen is miles away. They don't know that at this stage, but he can't stop them. The kit gets on the bomb, he just can't stop them. And I think he's actually just conceding to the save. They will get the kit around here. And that'll be it. Kind of an anticlimactic finish. Just the Mach 10 save. Plenty of money comes in thanks to the bomb plant, though. But the Basement Boys really struggling. Really struggling here, similar to map 1.
Yeah, second half seems to be their weakness. Seems to be the thing that crucifies them a little bit. But yeah, really well done by Zonic. It's a tough angle to play from. Kind of trying to make it up on towards those boxes, but confidently does it, and it's just that ever so slight oversight of not watching that allows them 2 simple ones. So 10-6. Getting closer and closer now to that finish line. Basement Boys, yes, you can buy it back in, but time is rapidly running out. Ooh, trouble. Let's not take that peek again.
Serber in the danger zone. They try and pre-fire him. Can he get another here? No, I don't think so. He might make it away. Oh my goodness, somehow survived all this. There you go. Eventually someone gets an aid in to take him down. 4-on-4. In a wacky kind of scenario. Bledard flicking across. Allows them to make it across. They're going to try and go for a late B hit here.
Right there. Wow. Cross that placement there was excellent. And the shot to the door will not connect. So, they know it as well as we all do. E-type retakes not happening in this instance, especially not with the numbers. Well, with a number disadvantage. Some boys, when it sort of felt like they were knocking on death's door. There's a need to hunt here for trouble, to be honest. I think it's, you know, for them having to require a long recovery in this game, I think it's probably more worthwhile. For him at the very least, just to keep all of this Galil. I know it's obviously not a premium rifle, but it's good enough. Doesn't look, doesn't go out towards long, so it is okay. 7. But still, X mana. 3 ahead, 3 away from that grand final later on today.
Yeah, let's see. Would be nice to give yourself some time in between games. Can be a bit of a tiring affair playing the 2 BO3s back to back. So, and as you said, I think pretty key for X-Man to get this job done here and now. The Basement Boys Mirage has maybe picked up ever so slightly over the past few days. They've been playing it quite a lot, actually. And just started getting wins, so they might be in for, you know, the golden turn on that Mirage. Bledard pushing forward tip. Oh, man. How has that ever missed? And a contact flash. B-Burst coming out. Krivda is not afraid of a third. What a round for him. And they read that perfectly. They knew there was some upper tunnels aggression coming their way. The AWP misses by a hair, and you see the effect that it has. Crazy three-piece. What a round from Krivda.
Yeah. And the fact that on top of it, not only that, but the Hunt looks like it could be very good. Will Magent clear close blue? Oh my god, no way. What a time for Sonic to look away half a second as he quick switches for whatever reason. I feel like it's a bit of like a tick with a lot of players. And yeah, that's a fantastic round. The first one, I don't know how Blender hasn't gotten away with that, but yeah, Griff does them so well. Gifted in the sight. And then, yeah, what a terrible time to quick switch and look away. That round couldn't have got worse, in all fairness. So, 10-8. Should, operative word, but should be a 9th here for the T side as well, because there isn't that much of a buy to work with.
Nice from Magent to open things up. Looking to really sail forwards now, even things up, and make X-Mana work hard to stay in the game, let alone win it. Let out on the AWP, though. This is really peak shooting season for him. On the hunt. Fires off a shot off the back of the flash, and they decide to pivot away. Try and put their resources elsewhere. Now, it would have been great for him to just stay. So, I think the unfortunate reality here is the fact that they're lightly conceding the round. They don't quite know it, but they are.
There you go. Oh no. His patience will pay off, and now he can easily draw over the rest of his team. Stuff. That 9 to be locked in. Bledard, though, the small little positive from what was always going to be a bit of a nothing round is the fact AWP stays alive. That's alright. Be using towards next round or an actual proper buy around it, as long as this hunt isn't too successful. Just about the fact that it looks like they're only sending over 1 in Krivda, I think this should be okay to keep the AWP alive. I don't like the looking towards middle. Now, this worries me, actually. Maybe slightly over fighting. Uh-oh. They've got to play this clock here. So, but you've got to be the human flashbang. Bledard, do not fight. Just die. Just try not to die. It's all that matters. And thankfully, that'll be the case. My god, I hated that for a second. That was not nice.
Yeah, awkward. And as you say, everything's got to be a little careful. But here we go. This is the important moment. Actually, a timeout coming in from the basement boys here to just sort of work things out. Maybe what is on the way, what is possible. Difficult to say what X-Mana might want to talk about as well while they're given a moment to breathe. If anything at all. Just back with the buy. Confidence in what they're going to call here. And go from there. Really, really well done stuff from the side of Basement Boys, though, to keep it competitive, but still got work to do. Key round for both sides.
Okay. Underway. Decoy. Shall I? Couple spots. 2 on the cross. Towards B early. It actually goes up close, but doesn't somehow deal that much damage to the server, despite it looking like it went to a decent spot. They gifted mid-control here, Basement Boys, so they've got a lot of space to rotate around.
remains safe from X-Mana. No big peeks here. To be smoke coming in. Some utility to make themselves known. Bomb has yet to necessarily paint a picture. We'll start moving towards A instead. And the Basement Boys, you can kind of feel really wanting to get this right. Really important round for them. They are going to look to go for a long peek. Up on the corner. And he takes it. Ledard always with that half-second shot after being flashed. He's not the type to just drop back and give up the position. Really good find. Another one for Valen. And things have started falling apart everywhere you look. Basement Boys are falling. Owner in trouble. Find themselves all alone with nothing but 20 seconds.
Yeah, no way. No way in hell. Save what you've got. They've got plenty of money. It's not like they're in a super worried spot at the moment, but brilliant round nevertheless, especially with, you know, it's sort of safe to say how uncomfortable I think things had felt for quite a while. A lot of rounds were going the way of the T-side. It looked like we were maybe letting slip this map and going towards the side is not a comfortable spot to be in, but great round to take back in. So, again, 2 ahead, still 2 away. Bit of breathing room, and then that reach and distance as well. Good news is that there at least will be a bye for the next run as well, even if this one is to be lost. So, the whole doom and gloom you see very often where it's kind of like you lose this round and money's broken and it is a done affair.
Incredible stuff. Again, the competition that we wanted, and maybe they are going to give it to us. Trouble finds the first. Breaking out through middle now, still 2 on this B-bomb site. And they have smoked off the extremities as best they possibly can to gather info by time. Oh, man. Kills coming in. Fake reality to trade one back, but it is not going to be enough. And it's that AWP that finds a kill through the smoke, above the smoke. Maybe that doesn't look like the best smoke, does it? He capitalizes brilliantly. And they are punished. They are shot from all sides. And X-Mana to hold them off.
Yeah, stunning. It really is. X-Mana. They had fallen so flat.
Counter-terrorists win.
And they've picked it back up, and it looks like this is about to be all but locked into place. Sure, like we said, these money to work with for Basement Boys, but 3 on the bounce for them. Feels like a big arse where their confidence has really been rocked. There's a double stack towards B early. The bulk of the T-side had made their way there as well. But early bit of presence and 1 smoke as well. Slightly slowed down, or so I say. Hang on a second. They're out. The fire nearly actually gets the trade there, but the opening double will go the way of the T-side. 4 versus 3. They might just save here, you know. If they can, that is.
I think they do try and turn tail. If there was that kill towards long, that was the one that we were both waiting for, right? But it just doesn't happen. So that's also a little anticlimactic. Owner finds himself the hunting party. Just 1. Oh. How was that ever a tag? Just through the corner of the wall, I suppose. He will look to move away and take his gun into the next round. So, if they play their cards right here, they should be able to save. They should be able to hold on to what they have. Just hang around long at this stage. But a 10th round for the Basement Boys. X-Mana, as we mentioned a couple times, as we saw a little on the previous map, they do struggle with the closeout at times. So, I've got to be very, very careful of these next couple of rounds. So they don't let it go to the OT.
Don't let it slip. We've seen some slightly uncomfortable showings already, where I think when you hit that right at the finish line, you slightly take your foot off the gas. That's the sort of last thing we want here. Make sure.
Close. Mid to be smoke once again. Little headbutt. Maybe this is what, caused the issue last time. Looks to be the case. Same sort of gap. That it is a predictable lineup.
Yeah.
They smoke it again just to make sure not going to suffer the same mistakes twice in a row, but I think they might. That's a break open from the nades. It's the same kind of logic. They're moving in aggressively here, X-Mana. Hammer bites off a bit more than he can chew. Krivdo with a big find in all this carnage, but it looks good as they crunch in towards middle. The trade is rough. Owner finding 2. Brings it down to the one-on-one, but he's got 6 HP. He's got no bomb. Zonic has no info. Krivda moving through. Oh my goodness, was turned away from the angle for quite a while, but Sonic has given a passive spot here. Krivda moves slowly and tries to clear out. Not going to happen, and it will be X-Mana to take it. 13-10. Harder fought for sure on that map, but still looking pretty damn good. X-Mana, I think, as a team, they just have great coordination. It is that Kosovan Counter-Strike that we knew in Go, and I think they have really tried to take the lessons learned, and they look very, very good when it all comes together.
Yeah, they really do. They really, really do. This is a side that I think are really difficult to play against at this sort of level, right? I think they have enough individuals that it just feels like they're a reliable factor, right? They have so much firepower that they can fall back on, and it's what bails them out at times in this game, especially towards that map. Like, things are not looking good. Obviously, we touched on the first map, in which was a worrying start, 8 to 4 down, and that recovery that was nearly perfect for that one round right towards that tail end. It's an X-Mana side who I think have done a fantastic job here of course, now booking their spot into that final, and now we have to wait and see who they'll be playing off against as well, right? That other game, Bushido, Wildcats, and Leo is still going. It's currently 5 Leo on map 2, so that one actually might be going towards other side.
There you go. That could be a little bit of a banger over there, and indeed might hold off the final for a little bit of time. But yeah, really looking good and kind of excited for what's to come in that grand final as well. I think I would probably lean the way of the Bushido Wildcats overall. They've been playing very well recently in ECL especially, but it's hard to tell now which way that one's going to go. But all the same, I think X-Mana looking very, very good and excited for the final now.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to see just sort of how well the level can be continued throughout this tournament. Obviously for Basement Boys, it's an unfortunate time to fall, but I think that's kind of on that touching point, that talking point that I brought up in the pre-show a little bit about them. Consistency has been an issue for this team. Like, they have some really nice moments, really nice games, but then they also do fall flat at times, and their lack of consistency and depth of tournaments has always been a problem, and it comes back to bite them here once again. So credit to X-Mana, fantastic show, and the teams has in particular, I think, just the raw individuals that they can fall back on make them very exciting. And now they've got a little bit of a wait to see who they'll be playing off against a little bit later today. That final is scheduled to start in 2 hours' time, but we're waiting on Bushido, Wildcats, and Leo, and if that does go 3 maps, then there's normally a bit of a mandatory 45-minute break post-series to rest and recuperate before the next one. It might be a little bit delayed, but keep eyes trained on the socials and, of course, TV. But now we're going to head to a break.
They find a kill, but there has been one back. The Orc creeping forwards, dangerous territory, but he does come away with 2.
Side. It looks like Bobby planted without too much of a hindrance. That'll be the case. Sonic for one, bled on one of his own as well, and actually this long play is being shut down. It's a 4-man pack. That play to long. There's just absolutely nothing that Basement Boys can do.
One of them off, it actually ends up splitting the difference, gets a leg on the top guy. Next player in, though, does find 2. You can't be serious, Amar. What a find from him. There's still a lot of presence on this B-bomb side from the CT side.
And open is nice, though. I will say that at the very least. But it's a very good trade. And here's left ball again, moving their way forward. Krifter! The flash is good. Well, will get his kill. Now he's in a 1 versus 2, but he is so damn low. I don't think he knows about or expects his flank.
Careful, they're after him. Trades there. Now Valen stuck out in the open. Comes away with one. Couple on the orb, trying to keep his cool.
Wow.
USP out for the close range fight. And he has done just that. It's a Glock out for Bledard. He shows him how it's done as well. The player could have gotten aggressive there and taken out some of the CT presence, but not going to go for it. Bomb plank coming in, and Zonic strikes at the perfect moment. Bledard pushing towards it. Oh man, how has that ever missed? And a contact flash. Ever's coming out. Crypto is not afraid of a third. What a round for him, and they read that perfectly. They knew there was some upper tunnels aggression coming there.
Let me see you try. I fucked up this hustle, day we hustle, what the oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
hustle, but then. Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome in, everybody. The grand final here of ECL Season 52 Europe Cup. Number 2, of course, it is myself, Skriv, and Neokai to walk you through the action on this one. We have got X-Mana, who we caught earlier, up against the Bushido Wildcats. Looking forward to getting into it. We, of course, have got a lot on the line. The spot at the European Regional Finals, and then, of course, a little further on for some of these teams, maybe a spot at Pro League. So a lot to play for here, and indeed, it all culminates in this. I think the way that the format has changed means that the cups are really moving fast, and a lot of spots on the line, a lot of chances, perhaps, for some of these teams. But is it going to get as good as this for the likes of an X-Mana team with no organisation, and Bushido Wildcats, who I think have indeed played well, but still pulling off a few upsets on their little run here?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this game sort of pans out, just because, you know, both of these sides, there's a lot to be desired from them in terms of their individuals, and also in terms of their sort of needs of winning this career-wise as well. Bushido Wildcats, 3-map affair against Leo, but 3-map is a loose term because that third map was a absolute stomp. 13-1 there. They got the one closed nice and quickly. So they've had a bit of a break before this one gets underway. Where X-Mana, a dominant second half in map number 1, and a fairly solid performance all over the shop for that map number 2. 2-0 here. So I've been impressed with what I saw from X-Mana. I think they look so sharp. Their individuals are incredible, but do they have enough to compete with another team that really do rely on their firepower?
Well, indeed, that is it. I think that this is a team as well, X-Mana, that you have to look towards where, you know, they've had a little bit of a lucky run, I think it's safe to say. They do well. They do well in staying in the upper bracket. I will give them that. But they take down Leo. They take down a pretty fatigued Miles NXT that I think, you know, made a few mistakes, and there was a lot of like little eco rounds and things like this. So yeah, it's been a run for X-Mana that might come to an end eventually. It's just a question of whether it's going to be here or maybe in that regional final, of course. But we'll check in with the Bushido Wildcats to begin with in this particular matchup. Kind of an interesting 5-man lineup, you might say. We've got 4 Turkish players and then 1 with a Russian flag, but you would assume proficient in Turkish, especially as the IGL. So, you know, it looks a little interesting on paper, but they've been playing pretty well within this ECL Cup. Some tough runs against Fireflux, who sort of take them the distance in the domestic matchup is the word that I'm looking for. But they've been on a pretty good streak. There's some decent results as well. CCT in June, they come 5th to 8th. You know, they're playing as much as they possibly can. They placed decently at the first Season 52 Cup. So they're really playing a lot of Counter-Strike where they can. But I think this is a team, given their ranking, where they have to qualify for a lot of these types of tournaments. But they have looked very, very good for my money. Yeah,
exactly that. X-Mana on the other side as well. Their opponent, who we just caught in our previous semi-final, we were very, very impressed with in some of the rounds that they got over the line. They looked really, really comfortable. At times, a side that have a lot of firepower that they can fall back on. But in particular, we probably look towards Bledard, right? If we can get the best out of him, that's where it feels like this X-Mana side can really compete. Obviously, it's going to be quite a battle to get this one over the line. As we know that the side of Bushido on the flip side have also been putting up some really dominant victories for themselves, but there is that talent there. There is those individuals who I think can get it over the line. for X-Mana and really can do some serious damage in the server. We've got a bit of a head-to-head for you as well, and we thought, since they've already played today, why don't we touch on the 2 players who shone in the semi-finals, respectively, Zonic and Paddings as well. So yeah, I kind of want to see what these 2 can bring to the table. Zonic isn't normally the numbers guy, but he had a fantastic semi-final.
No, he did. A lot of impact, playing very, very well, and I think turning a lot of heads, and, well, ultimately smashing a lot of heads. Yeah, he really played well, but, man, look at the Caddings numbers. They are also quite up there in terms of your KD and your ADR. It's interesting, though, isn't it, that swing percentage, the newest stat on the block, does swing in favor of Zonic. So despite the fact that maybe his numbers, his raw numbers, wouldn't look as high. So things like that can really come into play. We'll see if he has that same sort of impact here. Within this matchup, I think Bledard was not too far behind him, especially on map number 1. So, you know, there's often the usual suspects performing well for X-Mana. It's just a case of getting them going, and as we spoke about in that series, as will come up a lot in this one, the dangerous word of inconsistency, I think, is very applicable to X-Mana if they are not careful. So they've got to be aware of that, and hopefully they've been staying warm in between games.
Yeah, that's it. I think it is one of those things that I think affects a lot of teams here within the tier 2, really. Any sort of tier 2, tier 3, I think it is obviously a big thing that does affect them. It is, and probably the difference maker of what makes a top end tier 2 team. You know, like, I think recently a great example is probably Sinners, obviously, who managed to make a really good run and then get their way in towards major qualification. Run to the major itself didn't exactly go to plan, but these sort of competitions, these sort of tournaments is where you kind of hope to see them really actually find their level, and then with that, use that as sort of a way to capitalize going forward in towards really climbing the ranks. We've got some map stats for you, of course. We start things with Bushido. You take a few of these with a pinch of salt as well, of course, just down to the reps, like Cash, for example. 100% win rate, looks great on paper, only played it once. So that one could be most likely, I want to see him not play. Dust 2, though, the assumption is that one want to get picked into. They probably are just going to ban out the Ancient, I'd assume, as well. Get rid of that. They've only played it once and they lost it, and they probably don't want to risk it.
Yeah, checks out. Definitely checks out. And I think that could work out as well for X-Mana. That was the one thing that we highlighted in the previous series, that they don't have the best map pool in terms of the depth. It's very, very, very top heavy. And in this particular matchup, that could be difficult for them, actually. You know, when you see the Dust 2 proficiency for Bushido, not too bad on Mirage. Those are the 2 maps that you would expect X-Mana to move towards. We'll have a little look in a second here, and, you know, you guys can start shadow boxing and comparing statistics as we are. This is maybe a slightly smaller sample size than we would even use, like, via HLTV. But you can kind of see that the numbers add up, the numbers make sense. Mirage more recently does seem to be a little more proficient for X-Mana. It was the decider in the previous, they weren't too afraid to play it, but they have had a lot of very, very close games on it, even the wins. Only one in the past sort of 6 weeks, you could even say, has been a one-sided win for the side of X-Mana. So that Mirage, as we say a lot, it's risky, everyone's capable, you don't rightly know what's on the other side of it, so they might be slightly scary to pick it here against a team that actually doesn't mind playing it in the side of Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah, and it would probably get a look as well at the previous vetoes, respectively, for each side. Bushido banned Ancient in their semi-final. They picked into Dust 2, didn't exactly go to plan there. Basement Boys on the flip side, X-Mana against Basement Boys, they banned Dust 2. They picked into Dust 2, sorry. So that is, the ban is what I'm trying to say, is already kind of like, it feels potentially like it might actually work slightly in X-Mana's favor a little bit, but then share that Dust 2, which means who picks it, or do neither of them pick it and float it is the other option, and then pick into other strengths. Now, for X-Mana, I'd assume that would be the Mirage, right? That's kind of naturally feels like where they go. Bushido's the interesting one. If they're not going to pick into Dust 2, because they also know that X-Mana like to play it, where do they want to go? Do they want to risk it with X-Anubis, or does it get banned here as well by X-Mana, who also have been sort of not loving that map as a whole? They haven't played a Cash, though, so are they going to go with a Cash ban and then play that instead? They're going to go instead for a Nuke ban, which that kind of feels a bit unnecessary, I think is the way I put it. Bushido aren't great on that map. They're 3 from 10, so I wouldn't say that's the riskiest one. But then again, X-Mana, they're 1 from 8, so it's also been bad there. But I don't know. I probably would have gone for like this man. Scared about.
If I can, yeah, if I can jump in while I'm here, you know, behind the scenes. They just played Leo on it and did win 13-6, and then they played it yesterday against Noirverse, won it 13-9. So this feels like a very recent bias kind of idea, but then this is what happens. The cash comes out, right? So
that's old.
X-Mana, they've got to be expecting it, and surely the only angle I can think here is that they've had this in the back pocket the whole time, hoping that, you know, they could trap someone with it, but we'll see. That still feels very risky.
Yeah, they played it once a couple days ago against Fireflugs, and granted, did win it 13-6, but risky. X-Men have not played it, so we already know what to expect. However, and this is kind of always the caveat now for me, with Cash, when we talk about these vetoes, Cash it's a pug is paradise, the same way that, like, you know, Mirage, the Dust 2 is and whatnot. So I don't really think it's going to be, like, at least in theory, like, terrible for X-Mana. They, for me, feel like they should have enough in terms of individuals to be able to at least. Yeah, we got Mirage as well to follow things up. Then surely that means for me that Dust 2's got to be the decider. That is the handshake. Both of them like picking into it for the majority of their vetoes. I can't see why they want to pick into it here. Or not pick into it, I guess float it here. Yes, that's exactly what we get. It is the only real map that makes sense that remains after. Okay, so got the Cash to start things off. Risky pick, but interesting nonetheless. Then you got that Mirage, also risky in its own way because everybody knows it, everybody plays it, and Bushido are happy to play it. And then Dust 2 is that decider. If we get there, both these teams are up.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of it, I think, is going to come down to the Mirage. I feel like the Cash, even with a little bit of an idea behind it for X-Mana, is going to be a tough one, but we'll see. We'll see. I think that they potentially could have been saving this, you know, for a bigger moment or a game where it made a bit more sense. Hard to pick Dust 2 in this particular matchup. I think that's their other, you know, hang-up, is the fact that picking into the Dust feels quite risky as well. But I would have maybe liked to see the nuke remain, you know. I'm not quite sure. I guess it's just a map that they don't like playing and have had a bit more experience on, but then it's just not the best of maps. Like I say, the recency bias is definitely there, but even with that, I think X-Mana might have stood a little bit of a better chance in the veto if they just left that nuke in the conversation. So to me, it speaks to a Cash idea. It speaks to a Cash plan behind the scenes that X-Mana have just not yet been brave enough or felt like they needed to pull out of the hat, as it were. So I'm quietly excited. I hope that the Cash delivers here, especially as the opening map going to give us a really big idea. But then Mirage, not a sure deal either. So yeah, I think that this could be a pretty extended series. And I think it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be pretty tough. Like I say, that Mirage, the stats look good, but there's 1 or 2 rounds worth of mistakes, and the stats actually look really bad. So it's been a very, very close few runs for X-Mana on that map.
It's going to be a really kind of like spicy game now. It's going to be super puggy, I think is probably the easy prediction, just by virtue of the veto. I think that feels like a bit of a guarantee to sort of say already. But making a prediction out of this is difficult. Where are you leaning? I think I might, just by the veto, I think I might actually go Bushido Wildcats, despite actually not having that much in terms of personal experience watching the side. It just feels like a really decent veto.
I'll stick with X-Mana. I think just on the fact that I've seen them a few times over the past couple of days, they've shown pretty good resilience. They've shown great coordination. I think that's sort of their main strength, really, is that if there's an idea, they all each have a role. They know who's gonna, you know, throw that flash or who's gonna be the first in and that sort of thing. So I'm pretty confident in them. So yeah, I'd probably lean the way of X-Mana myself now.
Okay, well, fair enough. We're gonna wait to get this one underway. Before we get there, we're going to first one to a short break. So, guys, sit tight. Hopefully, we'll get the grand final underway in a moment.
Okay, I believe we are live. We are just about getting into the action here, as you can see. Players bought up on both sides. We've got, I was going to say Veg, but as soon as I looked across, he has bought up, so that's good. And he's going to be that P250 raid boss as well. So I think we're pretty much ready to go here now. On to cash. Always a good day when we get to cast some cash. Getting some more reps in on this map and learning a little bit more. See if there's some fresh ideas from these two teams who, one team not played it yet, the other team only once. Pretty low rep across the board.
Yeah, exactly that. Waiting for the actual ready. And then, yeah, we can get it on the way. But we're excited for this. I think, you know, this is obviously a game with very, very high stakes, a lot on the line as well, and two sides who have quite a lot to prove in terms of their act as a team. But with that being said, finally, we're live. We're on the way. Our grand final here of this cup, and these two sides have played a lot of Counter-Strike recently. Want to start well on cash.
First kill comes in, second as well for Mukos. Lovely look for the Bushido Wildcats. Ready for an A hit on the rest of that CT side as much as they can be anyway. Utility coming over. Not looking good here for the CT side. Kadnik's for a double of his own. It's all on Bledard. Was that B player, and he is finished off. Goodness gracious, that is really rather dominant, isn't it?
What a start, and what a statement as well. Weren't too sure what to expect with this map as a whole. I think, obviously, you know, no reps and new into the pool. It's difficult to make a real decent predicament about what we expected. But yeah, that is quite a statement, as you put it. Maybe a sign of things to come on this one, too. No bite here, so it should be easy. Of course, operative word. Much of an issue and already. I don't think
Yeah, looking good here, of course. As not a real difficulty as yet for the side of Bushido Wildcats. No kill either coming in. Does feel kind of crazy. Going to be straight into the rifle round pretty much as quickly as we possibly can be. It's moved very fast here, as Cash is doing at the moment. But we shall see here. The T side really can be a dominant thing on this map. But for me, it is a bit more CT-sided. It just depends on the team at the moment, right? How prepared they are and whatnot. And a few teams just get things thrown at them that they've never really seen before. Such as this. Nice little execute there. But 2 kills in for that CT side. Holding the line very, very effectively. Zonic. Oh, he nearly slipped in, didn't he? But they're going to know that he's over at quad now. And he takes an overswing. He will pay the price for it. Some very heads-up fights coming in. But it's a lot of CT heads that are rolling. And it's all on Bledard. He reveals his location. Bomb a little trapped in the corner for now. The 2 versus 1 ensues.
some really nice shots on Verge as well, especially with how low he was. He takes the initial damage, moves in towards Fork, and feels like he should be dead to rights there, getting 2 behind it. He's brilliant with Bledard. Big name on this team. He is slow to react to the main player, and now known quantity. There's no point masking his steps, really. Might even just go for a standard stick. Smoke on that left-hand side. He wants to bait in the fight, and it works. The last man is low, but he might go up on high, and he does. Kakano in that round, and Bushido Wildcats continue their run. 3-0. Start their last game.
Yeah, looking pretty impressive for the most part. You know, it's going to be scrappy. There's going to be always a chance back. But Bushido Wildcats felt like they were in control for the most part there. Yeah, it very, very quickly is, I think, getting you a bit worried about how one-sided this could potentially be. Just got to see off all these silly little eco rounds, but it's quite a tight map, you know, a lot of quick fights and things. I don't think there's as much time in a round for X mana to throw you off and do something a bit cheesy that we know they like doing. So Bushido Wildcats going to be pretty easily able to control the map on this one.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. Come on. Paul will get himself a nice shot. Oh, okay. The body shot spam. Another as well.
What is he up to? Got this bomb in his sights. Of course, 3 players to get through would be an absolute crazy round if he's able to pull this one off.
He's clutch. He's got in the locker. I believe.
Oh,
man.
Well, yeah, can't even get one. That's unlucky. But got us going for a moment, and that might be one of the few moments so far where we've gotten a little excited about what might unfold. X mana really not delivering all that much. The 2-on-1 just felt like that was kind of a done deal, really. So, gonna have to step it up in the upcoming rounds.
As they say, it's I hope that kills you.
Indeed. Unlucky.
Really looking good though, Bushido. No, you touched on this being CT-sided, but I think in the right kind of team, I think this map is one that can be super T-sided, and I think it obviously comes down to sort of the way in which you approach Counter-Strike, I think, generally as a team. I also think that this is one in which mana would be much better on the T side too. And that being said, it kind of feels like, well, then, if that's the case, let's just survive, right? With where we're at the moment. Somewhat desperate. Okay. It's not been well, or done well in this round. But, maybe life in it just yet. Hang on a moment.
Yeah, maybe. Molotov, I don't think that was quite the goal. Not a great look. Oh, stacked up at quad. I like that. Lovely movement, lovely find, but I don't think you will expect a second player at quad. And this is really where the age-old strategy of 2 in the same spot really began. He's starting to consider it now, but there's barely any time. He doesn't have a kit. And wow, Lukos is being really mean here and just gets him easily in the end. 5th in a row. He might go down to the bomb for his nasty little trick there, but no, he even survives it. Takes the AWP away. And Bushido Wildcats starting to dominate.
Yeah, this is... It's worrying now. It really is kind of uncomfortable, the spot that we're in. They're not really breaking a sweat. They're not struggling. They're not getting themselves into a spot where I feel like it's opening the door for a CT round, and I think that's where a real concern comes from. It's a bit of a horrible predicament, and I'm sure that buy comes back out, but I can't say I feel too much belief. Okay. We'll open things up as that in the case plenty of times already for this T side. The opening kill, and don't even need to be too committed off the back of that. But makes so fall after a bit of a laboured spray.
Could be something. Clearing out some areas here. Smoking off Z again. So really taking a turn and threatening middle. With a nice find. I think he spotted another out. Yeah, traded that information with his teammates, and now they've cleared A. They'll make their way in. Just going to be down to the M4 at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Amar is kind of out of this round. He's going to take the AK and talk about saving. Serba is looking for an early kill here in the retake. He's going to get it. Surely biting off a bit more than he can chew. You would expect. Amar looking to join him. No, okay, looking to save together. He's like, come on, mate, we got to go save.
Yeah. Rein him in a bit, yeah.
Yeah. But another round for that T side, and another round that looks simple enough.
Yeah, it's probably partly a temptation of like, let's just try and capitalize upon what feels like maybe an okay opportunity, but yeah, I mean, I think smart ball. It's not do anything hasty, but man, this is still a difficult watch. It's the best round we've seen in terms of it felt like there was a brief chance, especially with that kill that comes through towards B main. It feels like you can maybe push forward off the back of that. Even despite losing the opener, I felt like it was maybe a chance. But again, Bushido, I think, are very good at showing their depth right now. And I also, from what we've seen at the moment, it doesn't feel to me like Bushido are even playing past 80%. You know what I mean? This is a side who they do get pushed. I think they're going to have a few tricks up their sleeve.
Potentially. Out towards middle here. Big nade there. Big finish off as well from Cerber. 5 on 4. Make it 3. Mid aggression really paying off now for the CT side. They'll keep them coming. Cerber with his homing beacon manages to get a number of kills. Couple through that smoke, and it will be the first round for X-Mana. So they dish out some dominant proceedings themselves, but still a bit more work to be done, of course.
Yeah, that's what we needed. That is the kind of round that makes you feel like you can believe a little bit, and it makes you feel like there might be a chance that recover this half. Yes, it's not. It's been far from adequate already. It's been, I mean, to say the least, it's really been a dicey showing. But you get like a bare minimum of like 5 rounds, CT side. You know, we already saw them have an immaculate recovery from 8-4 down at the half, where they looked hopefully uncompetitive is probably the nice way of putting it in that first half, and then dominated all the way up to 12 before that 9th came through for Basement Boys and closed it out in the round following. So I think it's, for me, like I said earlier, I think it's just about surviving until their T side X-Mana.
Indeed. They do seem to have a proficiency for also controlling the game themselves, but I don't know. So far, the risk of letting cash through has really not paid off here. Ledard on the orb. Oh, I felt like he was in a good spot to get a couple, but not going to happen. Denied at his first hurdle there. 3 on 3, but a compromised B bomb site could make life difficult. They've done a lot of damage to this T side, so it doesn't look awful for X-Mana. One-place nades could make a difference, but on the receiving end of them, Kraken will take the first kill away. The AWP now knows there's another towards heaven. Just play it simply. It's a really late B main flank. Everyone's dead by the time he gets here. They know about him now as well, and he's tagged up. That should be that. That should be that. A big reposition here from Kakan, and it will be very difficult for Sonic to get in. He knows it. He's going to take the save, and it just never really got off the ground there.
No, it didn't. And probably the worst possible thing really to happen in a weird way is obviously the fact that it is immediately responded with, right? You finally get on the board, you finally feel like there's something maybe to work with here, and immediate response comes through. Right? And, you know, making it a flash in the pan round is the worst thing, I think, for your mental. You want to hope that you can take that, roll with it, build upon it a little bit at the very least, and maybe that's when the belief can start to trickle in. Not to be. That's once again. Plenty of questions have to be asked. But odd. At the very least, an opening kill. It's Kadnix. Big man from the previous semi-final. Will drop.
Yeah, nice find. And certainly, I think, going to make them reconsider their options on that Bushido Wildcats end. But in what way? And now, you know, around where they're lightly tested, how do they respond? Have they got anything in that back pocket? It's going to be nades out through middle. Might draw some attention, but I don't think it's going to necessarily loosen up the A defense in the way that they want. Edge on the contact. He's got the right idea. He's absolutely got the right idea. Zonic is playing the weird off angle behind squeaky door that's been quite popular. Gets one, keeps closing that door. Will take the fight eventually. Loses out on it, but surely done enough in the round. And it's Darren Deli who is left against 4. And surely not got a chance here. They know the bomb is in a main. And he is flanked out and finished off.
Toying a little bit there. So, with now the position we find ourselves in, 7-2. Said you can get 5 rounds out of a half like this. I think you'd be loving life to go 5 flawlessly, or to I guess 3 more flawlessly, but to get to 5 to go flawless versus half. Don't have that belief just yet. Yes, it's nice to get around another on the board, but lack of consistency. Back-to-back rounds has obviously been that problem for the CT side. But it does feel like it's just taking a moment to warm up in towards the game, but they're starting to get there. Like this, for example. This is a very confident play. Making this move, and Eagle on the other side who will fall. He's got the right idea, and he did give that a little look. Oh, hang on. Hold on. In the pressure. On hit the second behind it, but he has Cerber quick there for the support.
Oh. Bit laboured there. Cerber doesn't actually do enough damage to get an assist, so is what it is, but they find the round nonetheless. Starting to mount a bit of a comeback hit. I think definitely got to get up to 5 to be satisfied.
Yes.
But all the same, looking decent at this stage. It's crazy. I mean, he must have landed nothing. I don't see why he doesn't get an assist. But it is what it is. Either way, timeout being taken by the Bushido Wildcats here. They still want to get a dominant first half with the way that this one started.
Yeah, exactly that. They're trying to secure it in place. Obviously, there's a vast difference in feeling between an 8-4 and a 7-5. 7-5, 1 pistol round, game is right back on. And we saw in that previous series how good the pistols actually were. 4x mana. Flip side, however, is one of those where it's 8-4. You need pistol, version, first gun round. That's how you recover. Which, granted, X Mana did do. That's semi-final, so and hence why we can't really fully count them out.
Charging in towards B here. Feels a little open. Fowler maybe lets them in to try and use his baiting spot to his advantage. Could get a little weird, but they do manage to recover it. Just the 1 kill. Yeah, there was the guy that goes down in tree room. A gun to be recovered, but it doesn't go any further than that. So, looking for the 8-4 finish. I think absolutely going to need it. They will be pretty disappointed if they don't get one of those types of score lines. 8-4, 9-3, 10-2 would have been really nice, but, you know, that might be a bit too hopeful.
Yeah.
But yeah, they need the 8-4 to just feel like they've had a good half rather than like a satisfactory one.
Yeah, agreed. Alrighty. Early damage on early kill here. Found her out of the half and looking to seal the deal well, and they are. More being tagged and eventually plucked out of the air. Bledard, nice reactions, honestly. He feels very unfortunate for him not to get the kill there.
Come up. He's trying. Not quite able. Secondary AWP lets him down. Suddenly, a window of opportunity is open. Bledard not quick enough. We'll get the nades in, though. A lot of damage done because of them. Force the player into back left positions. A Molotov with that name on it as well as a nade. Still no kill just yet, though. They're looking, aren't they, on the T side to just trim one away. Make this doable. They're all so very low. An attempt made. Valen, though, his HP makes all of the difference there. Edge of in the corner. He might go overlooked. He could have let them cross. He really could, but he doesn't. He takes one. That's all he'll get, and they will manage to mount the retake. 7-5 in the end. X-Mana with really quite a nice recovery. They'll be very, very happy with that. And Bushido Wildcats just going to be slightly disappointed they didn't hit 8 or 9 rounds. Something quite dominant, especially with the way that this one began. We're going to take a break. We'll see you back in a few.
Welcome back. We're heading now in towards the second half, and after an absolutely dominant start by Bushido Wildcats, where they look untouchable, X-Mana have actually done an okay job of recovering. They made a fairly even half out of it, a 7-2 fight, and now they go into what I would call as the more favourable side for this roster of the side. So still maybe a little bit of concern to be had here for Bushido. He's careful, and we've already seen how good X-Mana can be on the pistols from the semi-final.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. And I mean, this is kind of classic them. They are pretty good at the mid-half resurgence and just managing to streak ahead once they get a bit of an idea of what works. I think a lot of it does come off the fact that they're able to keep rounds close, and then they go for something so brazen that it just completely blindsides their opponent. And then they're left reeling for quite a while. We'll see how the pistol goes down here. It's going to be a rinse and repeat, very similar to the Bushido Wildcats pistol. And, well, they'll be hoping that the USPs can actually find some heads this time around. If you remember, there wasn't a single kill, so we'll see. 2 down for the Glocks. 0 for those USPs who are trying to close the gap and just get in there. There's a kit that was dropped on the site, but I don't know that it's going to get a chance to even be utilized here. Looking all too over, all too already. They're just spamming away at Car, but they will eventually get overwhelmed. It's a lot of damage done, I suppose, but yeah, no kills. So super, super dominant for the Glocks and looking really, really quite good.
Edge. Honestly, he should have been knifed there. Should have been knifed. Can't believe Valorant's stolen that away. That extra money, you never know. That could be very helpful later down the line. So, either way, really, really good. Yeah, I can't believe that. I'd be annoyed, mate. I'd be annoyed. Regardless, a fantastic showing in that pistol. Already sung their praises of how good they've looked on pistols from that previous matchup, and he started off well here, and this should be an easy one, you'd assume, against this lesser buy.
You would indeed assume. But never easy at this point, and we've got Mr. Valen on the way. Ooh, and the bomb as well. So I think they are going to walk into the stack here, but it's just a question of whether the USPs are going to be effective enough. We'll see. It's a nice idea from the Bushido Wildcats. One reveals, and yeah, they're going to play aggressive with the USPs. Oh, it's good damage, you know. There's a team kill in there as well, but Bledard's just kind of gone crazy. He held mouse one, I suppose, shooting anything that got in the way, including his teammate. And he will see off not only 3, but 4 people in that round. Nonetheless, no real worry in the end.
That's right. And I guess, you know, as well, one of those where it's a tiny bit expensive. So I don't think, like, you'd be, like, too annoyed in what is ultimately a throwaway round, but having a piece. And this is where it really counts. After the incredibly strong start that we had, now be in the spot. And right now, with this game is sort of falling on its head a little bit, the worries we had. Bledard's going to get 2. He's looking for 3. Mokos risky sticking around for that fight. Veg, got it all to do. 2 versus 4, and Bledard just does not care. He holds W and pushes forward. And that is absolutely round confirmed.
Well, here we go. I mean, this is the X-Mana effect. Really, really got to be careful from here, as this could get very scary. Very scary indeed. Veg, it looks set to hold on to this AWP. There's a light hunt on the way. Oh, it does take 1. I mean, the bomb's not yet been planted. So they kind of have to be careful, actually. But he's not expecting ammo. I was going to say, I mean, if he found all those kills, it would still be time for him to kind of hightail it, but they play it well enough. And it will be X-Mana to take the lead, looking really quite good on this T side.
Yeah, and by they, we mean, you know, Bledard, who we'll see individually absolutely stunning. So solid, so comfortable. Worry. Heal is creeping in for Bushido, letting this slip away bit by bit. 5-7. Veg. Kind of close there. Mokka's going to get one of his own. Veg is still here. Still an own quantity, but eventually it will fall.
Oh, Darandelli tries to get aggressive. It's great Molotov. Really forces the whole situation forwards. He was close to getting a kill, but not quite close enough. These other 2 pistols probably going to give it a look, and they can just thin some numbers, make sure that that momentum and everything is not going to get out of control. Valen with a great angle, holds 1, and the 2nd. Lovely stuff from him. Will be 9th round, and 4 surviving that one. Really good for the T-side money. Timeout coming in from the Bushido Wildcats. They are playing a good, you know, technical and by-the-book sort of game, but they are also struggling to just get the rounds on the board.
It's just that raw firepower as well, isn't it? For X-Mana. You know, it's sort of always the risk with cash. And, you know, a similar risk, of course, with the likes of a Mirage. But it's been really dicey. Very concerned with sort of the position that we find ourselves in now of Now off kilter. Bushido have got after what was such a fantastic start. What changes off the back of this timeout? That's their second use. They've got a third in the back pocket if required. And I think maybe lose this round, which breaks the economy into your next gun round, which at that point would be 11 on the board for the T side. I'd be calling that third one and just desperately trying to cling on. I do feel like if it doesn't turn around here, though, I think that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in agreement with that. Yeah, they got to do it. Got to figure it out. Trying to find the first. Oh, okay. Darren Deli will get it. Lovely little find from him. They'll be after him now, though. But he does have to be careful from white box.
Towards mid they go. Sonic. Come on. Do the smoke. Not also fall. Nade. Really leaves him vulnerable. Darren Deli. Trying to tuck up. Close here. He's going to get a kill. How? Does he get away with that? After how low he was. 3 versus 4. And look at the time. 35 seconds. We do not have a lot to work with here.
No, not quite yet. I don't know, man. And there's one player at the back of B. They kind of have to deal with him. And now there is a rotation on the way as well, looking to help out. Not looking good. Not looking good. Darren Deli here in decent time. Flash comes in to allow his teammate round the corner, who will deliver for 2. That was the moment, and he delivers in a big, big way. Bledard to save.
That is all he can do. Orb stays alive. You can buy back around him, no issues. They've got enough money for this round, and to be honest, they're the one to follow too. So it's not immediate panic stations, but finally a bit of something to fall back on where we can just say that was nice, right? That was exactly what we want to see. Flash with the smoke is brilliant. It's, you know, sends your teammate around the corner. Easy couple of kills and shuts out anything. From that round there, that felt 3 points. Momentarily risky. One round game though, wow.
Yeah, I mean, really great. Especially at the start, it looked like it was going to be a pretty one-sided affair. So, the fact that it has pulled back into something pretty close and pretty hard to split these two teams is a really great sign. You know, Bushido Wildcats, they take the pause. It's what we want in the grand final.
Yeah.
Something that is unpredictable and pretty exciting to follow. Darren Deli playing up close and personal here. We'll have just heard a little step. He hears this guy in A main as well, being tedious. So all of a sudden, I think there's quite a formidable look for Bushido Wildcats. They seem to have refound some of their confidence. I think maybe the tip of a hand spotted there by Bledard, and he's waiting for the re-attempt, but never comes.
Good to work with. Still plenty of time, sure, but let's not leave it low as they kind of did in the previous round and left them give out tons of options. A single door player is going to try and make the move the second there is a contact towards the site, which they get from Server, finding back quad, and he can get a second behind it too. He does so well as he cracks open the site with ease. Server's gone absolutely massive ammo. He finds Kakan. There's just no way. Kadnik's no chance in hell. He'll tuck with that AK in towards Sunroom, and that'll be a round back on the board for this T-side. We're getting close to the finish line now, and in a similar vein to the woes they were having at the start. We're now seeing them for Bushido.
Yeah. And it's going to be difficult to come back from this late on into the game as well. And on that CT side, the money aspect gets in the way. So we have to see here whether they are going to be able to bounce back. Thankfully, the round they did win was pretty clean, so they've got plenty of cash. They can buy back in. They can try their best. But their best might not be enough here. As I said, the cash trap card took a while, but it seems to be slowly paying off.
Yeah, agreed. Rounds ahead. Away. Pushing closer. Bledard. Oh my god, he goes just before that smoke pops. Hit that frontside spawn and he makes use of it. That is a great shot. He has looked really, really crisp. 17 and 9 for him. Leading the way, but it's far from a carry, you know, which is kind of one of the things we maybe worry about at Time Strikes Manor, where the others don't show up as much. Everyone's showing up. No one's having a poor game at the moment. A single person negative over towards that roster. Zerber and Amar got kills apiece to gift them the site once again. Remaining two, Gandix, Dardelli, Darren Deli, may I say. All they can do is save. And surely you just go hunting it. You've got money to work with.
Yeah, you would think so. And they're slowly making their way to doing that. Caging them in a little. Around towards the bomb. In comes the attempt on the hunt. I think they will get away though. Cadnix with a key kill there. And hiding away in this corner. Would be fully expected. So 11-8. Bushido Wildcats just cannot re-up, cannot re-crack that nut. There's a timeout that comes through. Now I heard, well I saw rather, the timer said 120 seconds. I certainly hope not that, because we're cutting into a replay here. Nonetheless, it is Bushido Wildcats who take a moment to reconsider themselves and try their damnedest to get back into it now.
Is there anything left in the locker for this team? Mentally, they look so depleted. That third and final timeout ticks through. But, yeah, man alive, it has been a seriously rough run of things. Plenty of times these squandered chances have just been a pretty ugly watch, to be frank. What changes, if anything, as they're 2 away now?
Good question to pose. Ooh, and a failed Z-smoke is maybe not the best way to start things off. X-Mana spamming away. A lot of damage there from Amar. Not much traded back. Trying some interesting stuff. There was a double nade there in towards Sunroom. No one on the receiving end of it, but, you know, they've obviously talked over a few light strategies.
Yeah.
Trying to create that first kill, really important for them.
We can fall away. We are actually looking into single door to fight here. This could be really interesting. Yeah, Veg. That smoke crosses. That surely has been heard. This is a risky spot for Veg to be in now. But Cerber is going to not fight as much and on his life for the time being. Time being is very quickly up, though.
Oh. Serber checks his angles, doesn't just go flying off. Great find. Great find. They will now look to try and change direction and burst forwards. Oh, Kadnix. Could be a huge kill there through the smoke. He will get taken down himself. Meanwhile, Mukos is here in good time, but cannot find the kill. And Bushido Wildcats, it is not going well here. I think there is a chance that this is going to go to that second a little swiftly. And X-Mana, it's played into their hands. This is maybe what they wanted. And Bushido Wildcats, this is the problem. If it doesn't go really, really well for you, what can you draw on? You've got one official played on this map. And they are really struggling, despite timeouts and whatnot, to rediscover their proficiency on cash.
Yeah. Wow. Not the choice that they wanted to start this series with, and a risk that has really not paid off. Don't even get the save there. They are going to have just enough money to get a buyout. I mean, Marcos is the one who has to take a hit somewhere, maybe down to a farmhouse like an MP7. Along those lines, but unless he goes no utility. A risk unto itself. It feels dead in the water here. X-Mana, they are just too good. Their individuals are too solid at the moment. On a puggy map like this, you know, for me, a side that thrive on the T side, on a map that the right hands feels T-sided, X-Mana are definitely the right hands. They are decimating Bushido here. 12-8. Similar scoreline as well to where they were at. Map number 1. Now, at this point, map number 1 of the semi-final, they let this round slip and actually dropped it. And it could be more of the same here. Down to 2.
Serber. Trying to force a kill his way, but no one really peeking him. Loose utility anyway. Bushido Wildcats will be looking to not mess this one up. Oof. That would have been a disastrous kill. Veg gets it though, and he's not quite aware of it, but the bomb is there. Maybe he has seen it on a little peek. In the same vein, I think they'll have a good idea that the bomb is around this sort of area. Why would that player be lurking around? Why is the bomb not scaled up to a bomb site just yet? Bushido Wildcats to survive a little while longer.
Yeah, so to that semi-final, just you hit that point, you failed to close it out, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call as well. They're just a bit too open to the fight, too prone to the swings. Go as intended, but I'm going to tie in towards this one, and for the next in a worst-case scenario. That's the case, we will see Molly or the boost up, and of course Valen off there. Do they go for a late reboost forward? Oh, rough missed shot by Veg. He's been trying to fight for a single door and it's not been going well.
Kakan in a good position, but not able to work his way in just yet. Amar, let's get one just before he goes down. Kadnix, meanwhile, is coming through with some important kills. Bledard feels like he has a slightly impactful position. He might be lightly considered. They've got to give him half a look. As they start scaling up, he's going to really look to do some damage, and he distracts away, brings it down to the one-on-one. Kadnix looking for the ace here, but he's left on 25 HP. It doesn't feel good. He's been spotted now. Dangerous fights, but Zonic just needed the one bullet. He will land it, and X-Mana will take it over the line. It's a little hard fought at the end from the Bushido Warriors, but not hard fought enough. And a map steal coming in bodes very, very well for X-Mana here in the grand final.
Yeah, and it's not only a map steal, but it's quite a dominant one at that as well. When they got guns into play and when they finally started to pick up a bit of the form, they run away with things. But Bushido Wildcats, they just fell so unbelievably flat, and a tough predicament they now find themselves in having to recover this. Yes, Mirage is the map that everybody knows and loves, but it just feels like it leads into all of the strengths of X-Mana. Their individuals, their sharp shooting, their brilliance in terms of how they're able to overwhelm and suffocate opponents, and that's exactly what happened. But Bushido Wildcats fell so flat, and it was a tough watch. Those last few rounds towards that tail end, they looked like a shell of themselves.
Yeah, no, it is very true. It is very true. Again, the style of the X-Mana can kind of catch you off, can maybe be a bit annoying to deal with as well. They break rules that you're not meant to do and things like this in the world of Counter-Strike, but it works for them and it keeps working. They are riding that wave all the way through to the victory in their minds. So got Mirage coming up next, the pick of X-Mana. We will see you after a break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
We are back in after a map steal from X-Mana. I think we're all very excited to see what they can do now on their own map pick of Mirage, which hasn't come out quite as often as you might expect, but they have played it a fair bit in this ECL early group stage. And I don't know, man, I think that they are in with a really good chance here, but as we've talked about quite a bit when they've been playing it, really close maps for the most part. They beat Olibet 13-3. Apart from that, really close finishes, both in the wins and the loss column. But a lot of the time, they do seem to be able to take it over the line. So Bushido Wildcats, we'll see if they can bounce back. I think a pretty tough loss for them on that previous map. So we'll see.
Yeah, mentally got to be very difficult as well, right? You know, obviously there was plenty of opportunities, I think, to close out not only in general, but also quite, I guess, confidently at that. I mean, we just didn't see it, so got to be very difficult. Of course, we do have two simultaneous games going on, of course, over on that third place decider. It's Basement Boys who have taken map number 1. Fair play.
Fair play indeed. I think that they potentially might be able to get a nice clean finish. That's going to be good for the VRS. But yeah, I mean, they have looked good. I think the problem is, you know, they run into X-Mana. They play a bit of a similar style, relying on individuals and relying on that open fights. And I think X-Mana just that tiny bit more coordination from them. And the Basement Boys do have that issue of just like the rotating door. So hopefully they can stop that and maybe they can find some more stability. But when it comes into this particular Mirage that we've got just around the corner, yeah, I'm pretty hopeful for the X-Mana side of things. I don't know how you feel, but based on what we saw, big capitulation from Bushido Wildcats, so they're really going to have spent some good time on the pep talks in between. EKG on the coaching slot, of course, hopefully giving them a lot of inspirational words, just kind of pick up the energy going into this next map.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really difficult to find a way to sort of fathom how we get back into this now. You know, vastly underperforming when it really matters most, and to say the absolute least. And I think they themselves will know really squandered chances where it's sort of left us wanting a little bit more, left us worried as well about actually is this a Bushido side who are checked out, and the flip side for X-Mana for them who it just feels like they want it more. It feels like a team who have a lot more to offer up in terms of their raw individuals, and they feel very confident in the way they're playing, and yeah, I mean, all very well and good. Of course, some map stats for you, but we are heading to that Mirage, and it's one in which has played a little bit. Of course, 4 wins, 2 losses for Bushido, but you know, it doesn't really even bother me that much, really. It just feels like X-Mana have way more in terms of firepower and offense.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely be in agreement. There's a lot to really go over here, but we have seen Bushido Wildcats obviously play very well to get to this stage, and they have taken some decent scalps, but again, maybe not the sort of hardest route for this team. They bounced back relatively well in the previous series with a loss on their map pick there, which was Dust 2 against Leo. And then they managed to 13-1 on Anubis for the decider. So I think they are capable of kind of keeping themselves together and just getting the resets. But it definitely does sting a bit more when you run into a trap.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
I think it was a map that they were feeling really good about. And it's like, oh, okay, here's the opportunity. And we can jump straight on that. But it didn't work out, and they also capitulate in a big way, perhaps to frustration. Yeah, it's really difficult for them, I think, to bring it together as it would be in a situation like that. But this is the grand final stuff, and you hopefully have to have your head screwed on straight, and like I said, have some decent brains behind you, some perhaps man management and whatnot, which can also be important. It's not just all about the strategy here. So yeah, I'm curious to see. But as is painted here, the X-Mana side, the Mirage very recently has been super effective. So that can be kind of daunting. You've got to get that out of your mind if you are Bushido Wildcats and just ignore those statistics and indeed take things into your own hands.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, there's obviously as well, time and a place to be sort of introducing a newish map into towards your pool, but a grand final feels insanely risky. I know there's kind of a point you touched on a little bit earlier, which I'd like to debate, but I don't think that many teams really are like at this level or like pocketing maps for special occasions. I just think it was just poor veto, and it didn't even seem that well prepped. It's so risky. It's a really, really poor time to kind of pull that map out when you don't obviously have a lot of officials under your belt on it, just the one, which has really come back to bite them. So difficult predicament. They're now trying. Have some stats, of course, off what we saw from Bledard, who looked absolutely super calm and collected. Another map like that, and I don't really think they have the firepower to stop them.
Yeah, no, I would definitely be in agreement. I think there is a really fair case on show here that Bledard is capable of sort of taking over this game. I do feel maybe that the X-Mana side just have that slightly higher level of individuality to them as well. Serba looking really quite good and consistent for me in most of the games that I've caught, so hopefully you can keep that up onto Mirage, which again is just going to hand themselves into that style, into the way that X-Mana like to play, and keep the pugging going. We have just had word, I'm afraid, folks, as you may well have figured out yourself, with quite a bit of fill time from Neo and I. We're going to have to take a break before we get into this map, so stick with us, we'll be back soon. Welcome back in. Thank you for your patience on that one, of course, while we were just getting set up there. And indeed, we are ready to get into the pistol. Just a few last-minute checks, I believe. But yeah, a little bit of rehosting going on between these two teams has been perhaps what's just slowed us down getting into game. But indeed, we are ready to get going. I would imagine, you know, playing out of Turkey can be a little bit tough in terms of finding the right server and whatnot, especially if you're potentially on like the other side of Turkey. I'm not quite sure on my geography and where they would be at, but all the same, I would imagine it can be a little hard getting the correct server between that kind of region.
It was saying if I heard there. Problem. Hopefully, if I'm hearing typing, that is generally a good sign. But just waiting for this ready up.
Okay, I think we're all good by the looks of it. Timer going down has been a little complicated getting into maps, and we've mentioned this. It's sort of come back in. We had a good few years there. Maybe we're going to reminisce on them quite a lot, and it does seem, unfortunately, since we've had like sort of integrity really sharpened up, players are always like, oh yeah, I need to go get my camera, or I need to, you know, get this and get that, and it just slows things down a little. Which is ever so slightly tedious, so I'll keep saying it until players clean up their act again. But
yeah,
it used to be really quite awful, especially in some of the side regions like Asia and North America. But we're into it now. Arendelli holding here. Misses out on the timing on that first, so he's expecting a fight. Comes a little quicker than he thought, but not quite able to find the kill. Still drops back and survives for now.
I was waiting. Basically sent out by that flash, and now he can move forward the rest of his team and get that trade. He maybe actually a little bit late as well, because it will cost Zonic his life, but 3 versus 3, make that 2. That makes a nice shot from him, and same for Veg as well. And it's all on Serber. He's had some really nice moments, but in this series, this one feels like surely a non-starter. But I say that. Oh my god, he gets the second as well. That is so close by Serber, but not to be. And it will be, unfortunately, sort of forgotten by time itself. But great effort in that 1 versus 3.
Yeah, almost, but not quite. Starts off in a chaotic manner, though. Again, what we are looking for, I think. Very, very close for Serber. Yeah, I mean, if he just managed to get away, if there maybe wasn't a kit in play as well, wouldn't have been as panicked for him to get in there. But exactly what they needed, Bushido Wildcats here. Start off in the right way. And just forget about the previous map, especially the way that it ended. So see what they're able to do now. It will be a buy out. We've got an AK in play for the side of X-Man. It could be pretty dangerous here.
Yeah. In the right hands as well. Manu is sharp as hell right now. Marley down actually forces Kadnix forward, but they're moving forward into 1 speed. There's another player on this side. Pack can't wait for his moment. He can't capitalize. And another kill falls in quick succession. Bomber go down. Default plant. Round 1. Seaside forced by off the plant. Wow, that is brilliant. And no exit for you, Mokos. There's a player waiting in the door for exactly that. That is immaculate. Only the 1 casualty. What a B hit.
Yeah. Beautiful. And exactly what X-Mana are going to be able to do. I think just give them the rifles, give them the opportunity to tap heads. And in classic Kosovan style, they will take over. Bushido Wildcats with an immediate timeout. They're like, right, they're here again. They did this, like, the whole T side of Cash. Any ideas how we stop it again? And we'll see what they can figure out at this stage. Whether or not timeout has any efficiency. Probably not in this round. Certainly the one after, you would think.
Yeah. Agree. So. Over. Trying to fight up here, but I7 up close can be scary, especially because Adnix at the AK. Oh, this gamble stack is being deadly.
And for another big few rounds, I think, out from both teams, then the wackiness of Cash is back again. Still recoverable here. Definitely not a done deal in this round. But it's going to be scary to get through, right? You've got such a lack of information. Kadnik's on the AK. They'll just try and brute force, try and play off of each other. Coming in here. Kadnik still finds it. Lovely little trade over at ramp. They are all very low. It's not the hardest 1 versus 3 in the world, but going to be easy. Ooh, a slight overface. Bledard is known. Just get tagged slightly at the end of Mukos's life, but I'm not sure whether he needs to go for that face. They have the bomb, only 30 seconds available. You know, he really would have to make a lot of noise to get the job done. He knows there's a player in and around that palace area, but they soften him up enough to get the job done.
Oof. What a round to steal away as well. I talk about these rounds that kind of seemingly come out of nowhere and whether they can change things, and wonder how much effect that one will have. It's just that really bold call and the ever so slight, I guess, kind of over fighting there. You know, you just see this X-Man side. By the time they realize what's going on, it's too little too late. And if anything, they're maybe even slightly stubborn as well, right? They sort of want to overwhelm and fight their way through, but they just can't. So I'll bite back, but we do hit a tech pause, which you hate to see.
Indeed, hopefully not too long on this one. I'll try and update you when we get some news. Okay, so I think we might be slowly getting back into the action here, folks. Oh, yeah, there goes the tech pause, and in comes the timer. So, touch wood, not going to get too much more of that, as we are really wanting to just stay in the flow with this grand final. It's also, this map has started really, really well, you know, really quite hard to keep up with, and a lot going on. Edge of your seat stuff. Evening of Counter-Strike, so we'll see if that third is going to be required. If Bushido Wildcats can keep playing, keep matching, looking perhaps a little more confident against the X-Mana style, we might be in for a long evening of games. So we'll find out. Nice start comes in from Kadnix. Eats a bullet, as does Mukos. Crazy that Valon gets away with that, to be honest. And now it is not looking good at all. Veg just gets caught in all this. How's he ever gone down? That is wild. Cadnic's on 7 HP, somehow not dying just yet. Everybody else around him's fallen, though. It's like you'd expect him to be the first to fall, being left low, but it's everyone trying to sort of save him that goes down around him. So another unlikely round has been stolen.
Yeah, again, this is the sort of thing. It's those sort of rounds that feel like they will end up becoming long-term, incredibly costly. You look towards this Bushido Wildcats team off the hard work they had to do to bring themselves into the round prior to that, and then only to fall flat once fourth, and the last thing you want to a piece. You have that orb in play, or Veg, which is whole time to not only have it, but also sort of be aggressive with it too. He's solo anchoring the A side.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to, again, pull off something unorthodox. And it worked the last time, so why not try it again? Double stack at short. You know, it's all this kind of stuff that feels weird and is hard to deal with, and exactly maybe how X-Mana like to think about things as well. So you're trying to play them at their own game a little, which is a risky style for Bushido Wildcats, but again, found an opener. Found themselves an AK to boot. The Orb now gets in the conversation. Maybe for a couple if he plays his cards right. Not quite. There's also a player that goes down on the other side. So where's this bomb going to go? They're really quickly trying to get in towards A, thinking that it will be an A hit because the bomb was dropped at top con. Not the case. Not the case. So they've over-rotated. They've over-gambled. And might just have given up their strength in this round. But we shall see. They go flying in. Again, it's worked at previous times. Does not work here. Zonic finishes off the final 3, and they will not fall flat to the same kind of round.
That stuff. You just got to make sure in situations like that. Some really sharp shots can hit by both sides, well, you know they're really happy to sort of rest on their laurels a little bit with individual firepower. Nothing to be vested in towards this round, bar suits forward for. I kind of actually do wonder where he's going to take anchoring B with it. Alrighty. Ladot, it's a patient look in toward lower. Doesn't spot the feet there. Flash in, he'll move forward. Your shoulder betrays you from this position. But by the time he realizes it's too late, and he falls.
Deagle out. Cadnic's looking to be a nuisance. Might just do that. Lovely little switch up in towards middle. Take that player down. Amart. Nothing happening for him just yet. He softens him up ever so slightly. No armor, unfortunately, for this AK is the difficult thing here. They're still going to have to find unorthodox rounds, you know, and pick up the unlikely fights. Bomb goes down. They move together in towards CT. I think this looks good, to be honest. They fully go for it, but Cadnix lands that flick. Not here for the trade. Valon takes him down. Ooh. Some hesitation there, making the difference. He's left on 15 HP, and Veg is going kind of crazy.
No way.
10-second hold. No way he gets away with this. I think he is. Valon not even thinking about giving it a look. Absolutely wild, and it will just be the 10-second hold. Oh my goodness. What is the state of that?
Full 10-second. Also, another thing that just made me giggle. First of all, just crazy they win another one of these sort of rounds. Like, what is this game? But also, in that 1 versus 1 right at the end there, Valon nearly nades himself. So he might have actually given it a look, like thrown the nade and tried to fight behind it. But yeah, he very nearly nades himself. Has tucked back around that corner into a CC because it bounces back at him. And yeah, credit where it's due, Bushido. We'll tie it back up. How is this game 3 apiece when half of these rounds have been ecos converted?
It is kind of wild. Both teams, I think, some sloppy Counter-Strike. Very much so, especially on that first map, and it's just bled massively into this second, and now become the norm. Boost up is nice. Great find there from Veg, even with the sort of drop on that player. Still not an easy shot to be hitting. Massive find for Bushido Wildcats to sort of break the streak and start getting things in their favour.
Oh. $40. Oh, it's a great jump peek. Lots of information gathered from that. Surely gonna help. Oh, what a great shot to close it onto a sub. He did get one, his consolation, but finally a round converted, probably the way it should be. And now a look into this of, again, just about how far we can take it. We build upon this properly for this seed side and give ourselves some real stability.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is, at the end of the day, the big conversation here. They'll move up to 5 for sure. I mean, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that so confidently, actually. But, yeah, they will indeed put themselves in a good position. It would be absolutely crazy if they did not here. But should be a chance to build up a lead, and then if they can get the next one, I think Bushido Wildcats then have sort of changed the game around and really make the X-Mana boys worry about their position.
Edge. All in for window jump, or maybe moving towards short. This 5th should come comfortably. There we go. And for a second, pulls at the Deagle. He wants some more. He drops the bomb, and he drops Sonic with a lovely one that he got close. The pressure doesn't get to him. It's flawless. Right, for Bushido Wildcats to get that 5th. That's what we wanted to see.
Lovely in slow motion there. But yeah, we'll see Bushido Wildcats looking good now. And looking to put themselves in a pretty sure position if they can win this one. I think they'll be pretty damn happy. So, Veg opening things up. Leaves just 4 remaining very, very quickly. It's going to be the commitment to the execute here. Ramp smoke in the way. Lovely creep forward from Mukos, and he will find both all by himself. There's a little flash with his name on. It could be a perfect round here. He's not going to need it, though. And Veg also chiming back in. So Bushido Wildcats have absolutely flipped it upside down, looking really, really good in the past couple. And suddenly taking control of this first half.
It's also the fact as well that this is against the next X-Mana T side. You know, this is that side that we really favor this X-Mana side on, and we've been kind of singing their praises for it, I think, quite a lot. I mean, definitely concerning predicament we now find ourselves in. So, oh, bye again. I'm trying to see what they can do here. Not huge expectations, but we'll see. can make Skakan or easily shut down this B hit. May have had some legs behind it if they got that opener, but they don't. They all fall into place. They're out of X-Mana gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a fair question. I think that there is, again, a world and a space for a timeout here, just to soften the blow going into that second half. But yeah, once things have straightened out, they've really started to struggle, haven't they? It's a fair question. You raise, and we'll find out if they are able to actually find anything towards the tail end here. It's obviously the T sides I think they have impressed us the most, and that is falling very, very flat on Mirage. Their pick, their proficiency, especially recently, and you did say it's all been a bit close. It's all been quite hard work, so maybe there is a world in which this starts to unravel.
Yeah, worrying times that. Third map. Looking likely at the moment. Oh, Veg. Stay alive. 2 players low. CT side. Oh, if only Amar had just been out looking a little earlier. They never expect the double play, and the double kill from Kakan is huge. He spotted the head. He goes for the wide swing to try and see if he can pull the aim off from Amar. He can't. Oh, and Amar makes it a 1 versus 2 with Veg being low. The movement is sumptuous here from him. Just the fact that this bomb is in absolute no man's land, and that's where Veg can deliver. At range, was only going one way. 8-2-3. What a half.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've done very, very well. There's obviously a lot of difficult moments in the beginning. We take a timeout at 3-3, I believe, and might even have been 3-2, and they managed to really, really solidly come back into things. X-Mana going with the flow, not quite working for them, and I don't know. You got to hit 5 most of the time. That's what we're going to say. You've got to move up to at least 5 rounds. Definitely 4.
Yeah.
They don't take 4 here. Everything is in on the pistol in that first rifle round. Costa's got ideas. Does get caught with that nade. Somehow the kill doesn't quite come in for him. Darren Deli has managed to get his second on the board. He's been having a quieter performance despite the resurgence of the rest of the team. But he does get one in this round.
Gonna try and play above the smoke, I reckon. That's a bold move, and it will work. Might all start slotting into place. A 3 versus 3, however, now 50 seconds. Time to unscope or Veg and Molly. Keep him at bay momentarily. Allows him to cross forward and towards the site. Smoke behind it. Veg is gonna push this. This is so risky. Molly down. Great shot from Zonic. He has completely lost Veg, and he has no idea about this. Veg is hiding. He sneaks back through in towards CT. It all doesn't really matter. The bomb is going towards B. But it will matter if Kakan finds his kill, which he does. He drops the bomb. 20 seconds now, 1 versus 2.
Oh, it's a nice find at the end. Despite the fact that they were very low, he could not quite get it done. It will be 8-4. Feels like not quite enough for X-Mana, but we'll see what they can do into the second half of their own map pick.
back. We're looking now to this second half. And to be honest, not kind of the game we were expecting. Really scrappy, really quite ugly at times. A lot of back and forth, but not always the greatest of back and forth. And we now look at this with probably the feeling that a third map is going to be required. Just because X-Mana looked so off their game. They never really offered enough for me to feel convinced, also.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of there with you, right? So it's going to have to be a pretty big change-up going into the second half here, which again is part of what they do, the big switch-ups and whatnot. Normally it is going on to a T-side, though. That's like, oh, okay, they're just sort of a T-sided team. So I'm not as confident with the CT side. They play, again, pretty individually, a lot of overswinging and things like this that can be very, very punishable. And, you know, if you do go down on that CT side, you leave some big, big gaps. And I think that there is potential for that to happen here. Veg going to open up. It all starts with the pistol, so they are going to have to deliver in this sense. Server is under a lot of threat. Down he goes. Bledard with a key find there. There's a little foot sticking out, but he opts not to take the harder fight. Just drops away for now. Smoke's going down. Flashing effective, but the bullets are strong. Both coming in from CT side here. I think it's going to be hard. Very, very hard for them. Bledard finds the heads. He's doing all right, but nobody able to support him now. It is just him. Can he get them all? No, he can't. Kakan will deny. It's close for Bledard, but not close enough.
Yeah, not a terrible effort, but... oh, man. 9-4. And that might be those chances just slipping away. Tough. Tough to let it go like that. I think... you know, it sort of goes without saying now that... it's a... not impossible, but it's a very, very difficult recovery required. Get that belief, but... I won't discount them just yet. Like we said, we've seen some craziness.
Okay. That might be the first. That might be the first. Coming in from short here. Amar knows what's up. Gets the smoke down. Going to try and move through it. Serba traded. Scout is in. Lands a tag. All looking very good here. The bomb has hit the deck in an awkward way. The MP9 just denied away, but maybe has done enough damage. Amar gets caught reloading. Oh. 2 on 2, but a bomb to recover at short. Veg is waiting. Smoke in the way. 5-7 moves in to pick up a rifle. Meanwhile, Bledard is on the way towards A, which he thinks is where the bomb is going to try and end up. He would be correct. Covering off Con. Takes the head of the first. Uh-oh. Now Kakan a decision to make. I mean, what do you really do here? I think he maybe dropped a smoke as he died. Something like this. It makes the repeat pretty difficult. He's now revealed. It's not looking good. Valen's quite far away to make this happen and get involved. So there should be a bomb plant. Spam is close. It gets him off the bomb plant, and they will finish him off. And, well, the prophecy realized, Neo said. And indeed, you were correct. A very, very unorthodox find. And it just keeps on happening.
Yeah, this is a game that keeps delivering, maybe in the wrong kind of way, is the only sort of issue, but delivering all the same. And, yeah, it's a point that we've touched on a few times in the past. You know, back in, I think, obviously, you know, Go, we talked about the pistol round being a really nice little thing to get, but that's changed a lot for me into a CS2, where it's leaning more towards that force buy and pressure. It kind of puts the losing team under and sort of makes them have these rash decisions, which potentially we could be getting here. Of course, they have to match force buy into force buy because they're in double eco. All the same. Bad odds.
Good. Yeah,
nice. Just locking them into place. Make sure these rounds are essentially
smart enough. Clean enough. Oh, I was going to say, hopefully not losing a player. And Veg gets 2. Continues to have a fantastic map. Got a third? Yeah, we missed that. He got a third. Wow. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What has happened here? They should be able to cut off Cadnix. He's got to get the bomb. If he goes down, I think that bomb recovery is just going to be out of the timing question. So, Veg with about 35 seconds left. He's got to get over there. He's got to get the bomb. He's got to get back. I don't see it happening with both players being so close to it. Maybe they don't quite realize, though, how lucky they are. Yeah, they've not necessarily advanced. So he will actually get his hands onto the bomb kind of scot-free. And they didn't realize that it was around. So Plant will come in. He's now onto the AK. He looks to reset this moment and try and find himself an ace. Big 1 versus 2 here. Onto the Deagle, feeling confident with that, but that second player, he goes too wide, and he will indeed lose out. Close as damn it, but not close enough.
Yeah, you can see what it means as well. To them. The sort of celebration, the spam of the body as well, the mind games, we like to say. Wow. Real spam here by Zonic. He's really, really letting them know. They other competitive FPS, that's getting you a few months banned, but not here. Great attempt, great effort. Getting the bomb plant out of that as well is honestly a win into itself. Bomb plant 3 kills. As 4 spies go, very happy with that. Still won't change things. You still can't buy in towards the round following. So, the 7th should be in place in due time. Turbo and Bloodart are the ones leading the charge. Just need one more player to really heftily step up for this CT side, and that's where Bushido Wildcats are in a lot of trouble.
Bloodart opens up, as he has so many times before. Oh! Double nade coming in. Veg on 2 HP. Somehow not going down. There we go, finished off eventually, but all the same. Everybody else doing their work. It is just Cadnix here. So X-Man is starting to get that scary momentum. There's always one, isn't there? There's always potential here in this game for the pistols and the low buy and whatnot to just surprise you. We'll close it out in the end. There's just 2 rounds the difference now. Bushido Wildcats going to have to make this one work, otherwise they get into that territory of like, can we actually win rounds? Can we actually do this?
Yeah, true. Round game, reaching distance, and honestly, real worry starting to be had here. Falling very flat. Not offering that same level of sheer dominance and also kind of random wackiness that we saw. It's concerning. It is, but one round that does need to be converted. You find this and you start to believe in it. Start well as Zonic is that first to fall.
Oh, another one as well for them. There is a trade on the back of that one this time. Bloodart coming in with the AWP. Valen over-facing, though. I think his teammate's going to be slightly annoyed at him for going down there as the lone B holder as well. I think you take that chance at the frag and then maybe try and drop back. But he stuck around, overstayed his welcome and pays the price. Now, an advanced position in towards ramp. Super, super valuable. Giving them more and more information, and Bloodart setting up. He does have a smoke. Now would be the time, but he is opting to just hold the angle here. Drawn away. Can't get a kill before they all drop down. Yeah, he was absolutely dead to rights. One was not going to be enough there unless he sort of got one and dropped back. It's Bushido Wildcats looking very good here. Amar will move to save. There should be a buyback round, but just this bolster of rounds and the fact that as soon as they get back in, get the guns back out. They're immediately back on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of one of those spots where doesn't have that much of a choice to save it. You'd love to give it a go, but it's never gonna happen. Looks like it'd be okay hunt-wise as well. They're not really going out in his direction. That being said,
Terrorists win.
start to believe again for Bushido to push this towards a third. Maybe just. It's a bit of breathing room to have. That 3-round buffer once again. That's a good
Could
round.
be enough to
Back
work
into the
with.
buy. It looks good.
Yeah, I like the idea of where we're at. At the moment, still a closable gap, but it's Bushido Wildcats that just since that first half have been keeping them at arm's length. Sonic with some movement. Trying to spot something out on top of that smoke. They await some nades, they await some spam, and then they will start to move in themselves. So no early kill coming in. Bledard is here again, though, as he continues to be a nuisance. And the crack angle. Oh, man. I think it was right there for him, but he comes off of it. It was slightly mistimed on the peak and the smoke. Nonetheless, moving very, very quickly here, Bushido Wildcats.
Well, in it now. Let's go a little quiet of Bushido slowing things down. Trying to make a decision of where to from here. It's obviously the B here is the eyeing up, but they do have time to counter if things go wrong. There's two in this direction. One of which being that awful Bledard. Valance, who's being a little quiet. He'll miss, and that is not good. This is really not looking good. You're thinking trouble, Bledard. What a shot! But 3 kills come in quick succession. This round's dead. In the water. It's an 11.
Yes, indeed. Bushido Wildcats, a small blip as X-Mana maybe threaten the comeback, but it does seem like they are taking over here. They have figured it out, and it just always comes back, man. The Mirage as the pick is so very risky. We see it so much at this level that it just backfires on you, regardless of how confident you might be. Unless your win percentage is like 90% or something, there's always that slim chance that the chinks in the armor that other teams have not quite been able to abuse finally pay back, and Bushido Wildcats doing just that. So, yeah, I don't know. It comes in as probably the more preferential map for X-Man. I think they enjoy playing Dust 2, but
Yeah.
the Mirage feels like the one that they're maybe going to start picking into a bit more, and you just have to be really careful.
Absolutely. You know, there's a reason why that point for us is brought up so often, because this just seems to happen so often. 11 at 2-7. It's not done, but it's feeling it for the most part. It's so close now to that finish line. Upholding. I got a chance. There's quite a lot of mid presence.
Yeah, maybe. Oh. Just shying away from the AK bullet there. Nade not quite effective enough either. First little fight is downstairs, but again, very little damage done. Again from the nade. It's Sonic that eats one, I think, and is left on half HP here. So Bushido Wildcats looking decent, and even following him with the next nade. Lovely stuff. Bledard playing it safe. The high angle, but not taking too wide. The swing. Serb around the corner. It's actually his teammate that goes down, and Mukos is right back into the smoke. Fantastic find from him. And they're like, where the hell's he gone? What happened there? You know, just in and out. Brilliant find.
Yeah, slightly lost. I'm trying to utilize that. Pretty aggressive. I like this. It works. Oh, HP. Yakan could be costly. It's a great shot from him, though. Wow. All on Serber now. Sub 20 seconds. They might want to try and fight this, and, you know, I wouldn't blame them really too much. And they will. Veg. Great work that comes forth. And another on the board. 5 map points now to close out their opponent's map pick. I think surely has to be locked in place from here.
Yeah, you would think so. I just think that X-Mana don't really have the capability on this CT side to get the job done. So I think we are going to that third. And could work out for X-Mana in a way. Yeah, no. Dust 2 normally is the one that they lean on. Just feels slightly foolish in this particular matchup, so it's going to be a tough ride once again, but it's not the worst map in the world for them to find the reset. Straight in towards B here, not wasting any time there as they want to get this one finished and get us into the third map. They are doing just that.
Wow. Over
in mere moments. That might have been 2 kills with 1 bullet on the AK there. Nonetheless, Bushido Wildcats, after a very wacky start into that map, they separate out and they look dominant from about round 7 or 8 the whole way through.
Yeah, and definitely a lot of question marks have to be asked about what ended up being so underwhelming. You know, your map pick and you fall so flat, and the positives that we saw in towards, you know, our first outing in Cash, we don't see any of that here. We don't get to see the individual shine. We don't get to see that, you know, dominance in terms of map control and really making life uncomfortable. It felt stagnant, it felt simple, and it felt too easy there. So, and real credits to Bushido Wildcats. They punish what looked like an underwhelming X-Mana and look to try and see now they can take it on the other side of that. Dust 2, which they both love.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to go down on that third map. I think that there is, again, potential for something a bit closer. Maybe take us to an OT if we are moving into that third map. But we'll find out here for the grand final of Cup 2. We're going to take a little break before we get there. See you in a few.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
third and final map going to be required for the grand final. Exactly what was ordered, I believe. And we are on to Dust 2. Not quite the map that all of the great best of threes end in, but I think it still could be a banger here between these two teams. It's been very, very chaotic for them. We do have our third place decider concluded, the Basement Boys there, with the victory over Leo. So fair enough to them. Basement Boys actually playing pretty well, I think it is safe to say, throughout this tournament, with some good, clean victories. And indeed, not even letting Leo get to double digits. So a rough one out for the Leo boys, that is to say the least. I think a hopeful team, you know, some decent members over there. And we always like seeing the European mix at this kind of level, but they did not deliver today at the very least. Not a good day at the office for Leo. In the end, they, I think, will be pretty disappointed in themselves. Nonetheless, we move into the third map here of Dust 2 in our grand final between X-Mana and Bushido Wildcats. Looking really, really fun so far. I think it's safe to say, you know, pretty exciting, pretty hard to keep up with. And Dust 2 might slow it down ever so slightly just because of the nature of the map.
Great for the VRS, right? I think it's huge with that third place game, and all those things look very good. But the one major point about it is actually you do get prize points compared to fourth place, so that doesn't. So there's, you know, one real key benefit for that third place going to favor Basement Boys. But yeah, interesting project, Leo. Don't know what to, you know, think about them for the future. We've got player spotlight as well. Mechanics off there. He's had a pretty good day as well. You know, obviously that semi-final, he was the one who got them here to this final, and then now has been an integral part of getting them to this map number 3, and they're hoping that heading in towards Dust 2, they'll be get really him playing at his best.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to be able to do now on the Bushido Wildcat side. I think maybe a map of figuring out what Mana are up to, but we saw a lot of, you know, off-angle holding and weird timings themselves. Bushido Wildcats actually adjusting quite well in between maps, which I think is one thing that teams can often struggle to do against X-Mana. You know, they move pretty quickly, pretty unorthodox, and ultimately very, very unpredictable. That's the big issue that a lot of teams have against them, and Bushido Wildcats, I think, doing a good job in between maps of adapting. But into Dust 2, again, it might be another fresh kind of style. Not quite sure what to expect at this point, so we'll find out. I still am quietly excited to get into this and hope that it is a bit more of that carnage.
Yeah, exactly that. And if we get anything like what we saw in towards Mirage, then Bushido, they just had way more depth behind them. Yes, there's those individuals that can be really scary and really unpredictable for X-Mana, but also at the same time, they can go missing, they can go quiet, and that's what ended up actually sort of killing them a bit here, to be frank. It actually kind of made life a little bit too easy and too simple for Bushido just to play. Essentially a bit of a body system, and a lot of the CT sides and on the T side as well, they were doing exactly sort of the thing you'd expect out of a team that are also equally as aggressive and happy to fight, which is, you know, meeting them at every engagement, sort of fighting fire with fire in a way, and opening that door and say, right, you know, if you want to take this sort of engagement with us, we're more than happy to sort of go toe-to-toe in it. So, impressive stuff. I've liked what I've seen, but we've got a knife round, of course, to come forward in just a moment. Getting that positive start, of course, is always a real benefit. However, it's also one of those things for me where it's, on a map like Dust 2, I don't think it's always the most integral thing.
No, that is true. That is true. I think as well, like, the sort of side starting, it might feel nice to choose, but a lot of teams tend to overplay it. It's a little bit of like the boogeyman type vibe, I should say. In that it's seen as important. I don't know that it's necessarily that important. Maybe for certain teams, though.
Sure.
And in this one, it does feel, thing. Yeah, X-Mana, T-sided team from what we've seen most of the time, so maybe it does feel important to them. But then if they win the knife round, they're probably going CT anyway, you know? So it's one of those things where you get to play the T side eventually. And I don't think they're going to be too worried with their performance here. But yeah, it's always good. One thing that did fade away is just sort of seeing the knife round and the antics of the knife round and things like this have really sort of disappeared in recent years. Everyone just sort of stands in a line and right-clicks until a winner is decided. But we are into the pistol here. Veg. This line of defense. Flash for him. He can't find a head, but he will drop back.
And as a full fire, they're going to take long control quickly here. Eventually flash in. One. He needed a second there, really, to make that risk worthwhile. Dink on towards Mukos as well. Slightly rein him back in. Quickly up towards this site and really looking to get the C4 down in just a moment. There's a player lurking in the smoke that they've got to be wary of. There's also a bit of a flank coming forward. The Glock runs out of ammo at a terrible time. Valens is going to fall. That is heartbreaking. But the real thing is, how do Bushido walk away with that round after the initial fight and the initial points of contact? That should have always gone the way of the T side, and somehow it doesn't. What a recovery back into the site, and no bomb on top of it too.
Yeah, really well done from Bushido Wildcats, and again, going to just keep the X-Mana boys at arm's length, which I think is difficult for them to deal with, difficult for them to continually stomach. Really well found. We do have a little timeout here, so hopefully not going to be waiting too long on this one. We did have a bit of it as well towards the start of the previous map, and then it was kind of all good. So yeah, maybe just making sure that they are definitely set and ready to go before getting the action underway.
Yeah, cameras, headsets, the whole works. Like you said, hopefully nothing crazy. Wayne game. Tough time to get a Wayne game as well off the back of a pistol. There's not exactly loads to talk about. We'll try and bring you an update whenever we can.
Well, just sounds like the classic again. Players trying to get set up and whatnot. I think a lot of them use like their phones and stuff, don't they, as these like secondary cams and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And I think that they tend to die a little bit, and then they need charging again, and then you got to wait for it to fully charge up, and yeah, it can be pretty difficult to deal with. So maybe just a little bit of a wait while that gets set up, as we are understanding it's just one player. So shouldn't be too bad. We are indeed back into the time down. It looks good. It looks good. No re-up on the tech pause. So into the second round here, it will be a buy-up from that X-Mana side of things. They've tried to put some resources out. They've got Amar on a scout and armor. So it's Bledard that's dropped a scout across. Maybe just based on his spawn by the looks of things. Yeah, now Amar moves onto a Deagle. They go charging out long. And with some team damage in there, it is a couple of kills. But Amar on his Deags managed to find a kill down middle by the looks of it. Bledard with the scout gives the numbers to X-Mana. And we are here once again. Amar with a very, very quick positional change. And a great drop on Mukos. What a round he's just had there with the Deagle.
Yeah, huge. Gadnix. You have anything for us at range? I mean, at least. I don't know if it will change things. 1 versus 2. Not on a completely discounted, but he is 1 foot in the grave. Surely. Way of this working. C4 planted, and actually, he's already opted for that save. He knows it is probably the smart call. Long term, definitely the right call as well. What a response to get as well. A tough round that you squandered in the pistol, but the follow-up force is vastly more important. Oh, lovely work. Tied up. Saved M4. Probably not going to expect crazy amounts. He had with this.
A battle. Indeed. The M4 saved, but a big round coming in for the side of X-Mana. I think that they are always going to be capable of rounds like this. Bushido Wildcats, the thing is as well on Mirage, they sort of bring their game down.
Yeah.
And they find success. They just got to be careful that that might not work again, you know. So, yeah, really kind of problematic at this stage. We've got another little tech pause coming in, which is, again, unfortunate. Hearing a bit of ticking. Okay, good. So it's not really a tech pause. It's just a moment to perhaps straighten out some bits and pieces. We are very swiftly back into the action, which is fantastic.
Good news. Okay. Peace. Of course, no shock you get that force back in response, because you're going to have to leave the territory. Too much of a choice with it. Little scrappy, but it ended up being really positive for this CT side as Balance, Sonic and Blood have all fallen. And now we are in serious trouble.
Yeah, well, here we go again. It's going to be another back and forth beginning to the map, it would seem. And it was Bushido Wildcats who were able to break the trend. Can they do it again? Still always a chance into this round, of course, but Amar creeping up. Looking to make a difference. And maybe just that veg with the tag. And that's surely all you're going to need at this point. Finishes off. Looking for the next. Volleyed out slightly. Oh! What?
Oh,
okay, we scoped in. It's not no scope, but that's still a pretty long range. Big shot to hit. He's obviously panicked, but he gets his crosshair there, and the gods do the rest.
Take it all the same. Scoped or no scope, it's still fantastic. Wow. The move as well. That replay is great. The panic, the fluster. The success, all the same. Alright. 2-1. Timeout. Of a tactical nature by X-Mana. And yeah, I kind of feel safe to say, like, no surprise here with that decision. Far from the way they've wanted to start this map. And honestly, for both sides. Pretty ugly CS.
Absolutely. See if it remains in this round. Veg. Feeling confident with the ore. Breaks open his own smoke. And does try and trace ahead, but not quite able to land that shot. Looking good here. As it has slowed way down, but Mukos, of course, with an advanced position in the tunnels, now into lower. He's going to have a good idea of what's going on. It's a well-timed smoke there from Cadnix. Oh, no one paying attention. Mukos jumps early. Makes a mistake. However, he's very, very slyly tucked into that corner. They know what's happening here, and it's Cadnix holding that line. All on Cerber. Down he goes, and there's a moment where it's like, here we go. That's the first domino of another forced buy win, but not this time around.
Yeah, still very close to being really weird and slightly ugly, but they just allow themselves to get isolated. I think it's just a tad too easy. Now, finally, he will be broken. to be had from this as well. One in top mid. Looks like 4 out towards long. I'm gonna wait for that smoke to fade and just gonna leave Allen as they lurk. Lose turn, they walk into the AK, and that's just free low.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Finished off by Darren Deli. Looking good now for the Bushido Warriors. Starting to split that gap, and another big round on the cards. Another one, if secured, that could change the tide of this first half. So they stomach the gut punch really well. You know, they lose out that force buy, but they have bounced back just brilliantly. And, well, going to give a taste of their own medicine across to their opponents here. There is some work to be required.
Edge, aggressive position. Or an orb. He picks up people holding. And that's why it's aggressive, and I don't see too many people play there for that exact reason. On he will go. Sure, Amar's taking a tag, but spots. That's a great move. Really great move. Deli, fine balance. The molly forces Kadnix forward, and he nails the shot.
Yeah, what a flick. Darren Deli going to drop back rather than sticking around. Where is that bomb going? I mean, hard for us to even know. Looks like maybe trying to clear out behind and join in with some short proceedings. But yeah, they're a little all over the place here on the T side. Kind of scared of what's to come, it would seem. It to be smoke, it's a fake out. 25 seconds though, not a lot of time. The A side itself is quite open. Darren Deli is really giving it away at this stage. But he has the ability to just sort of move in late and maybe even deny the bomb plant, you know, if all the timings work out nicely for him. They do check him. Not before he dishes out some damage, so it looks like a pretty doable 3-on-3 here.
Seems so, yeah. Head on. Boy, eats a nade and then dies! The spam and also Serpent also have the same issue. Nade sees him off, and Amar. 1 versus 2. First, gifted. And they thought he was in towards Goose, by the way. Both of them were looking. That's a miscomp. Maybe missed opportunities around a fight. Elevation is always so difficult. 1 bullet each. Pistol pulled out. How does Amar not win that? It's going to be close on the time, but I think they have just got this, the Bushido Wildcats, and they do. 5-1. Oh, man, that is heartbreak. How does the 5-7 miss from there?
Madness. Pure madness. But again, it is what this game has given us. The Wildcats keep it going. Oh, my goodness.
That's heartbreaking. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, man.
It changes the tides massively if he wins that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's a huge round. It's a big moment. I think they look so good for the most part there, ex-mana, but just not able to get them over the line. And I think Bushido Wildcats playing a much stronger kind of style at the moment. And just that slightly more complete game that we talk about quite often. Again, coming in from a team that really does seem to be trying to pick up their game. Darren Deli and Veg chiming in together here to hold that line. A lot of damage done as well to those T's on the way out. So a really great start for the CT side.
Yeah, exactly. What they need as well to continue making life horrible on this dust too. And also kind of gives us that talking point we always like to bring up about the benefit of hindsight with vetoes, which is Garster's favorite thing, because it makes us sound smarter than we are. But, you know, we get this Dust 2 is a map in which obviously both of these sides play, but why wasn't it picked into? And this is a shutdown towards B. It's proof in the pudding of why maybe Bushido should have picked into this to start things off. My God, this is looking really good on Dust 2. On the CT side, I always think it's such a, you know, an easy tell of how good a side are and how proactive the CT side looks. Like, how aggressive are they getting? How much pressure are they putting the CT side under? How willing are they to fly into fight? And, I mean, look at this now. They're doing everything right. And X-Mana just cannot even scratch the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know whether it is that previous map, whether they feel like they should have closed it out in 2 and they've really let themselves down on Mirage, and it just seems to be here again.
Yeah, like a tilt factor or something. And
Right. And again, a team that is, you know, missing out on a coach, it makes a really big difference in these games that are just not going well. Players can put it down to other factors other than themselves, you know. Why are they peaking that? Why are they playing like that? Oh, the AK, you know, isn't good enough, or whatever. Like whatever. They sort of look outwardly rather than inwardly, and I think they sort of need a coach to set them straight at times. So much damage done there. Double nade kill comes in. Zonic and Amar find themselves to be the only ones left. They certainly could take a couple of names here. Pretty lucky on the Wildcats side that they have not lost these players, but a 4 versus 2 is where we're at. On plant should happen, I think, but holding on to the site, another challenge in and of itself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gotta go 4, and I'm up. You have something special very quickly. My question is answered at a swift note. 7 now. Guaranteed lead. Stunning display, and they're just not pulling any punches, are they? They look effortlessly clean at times. It's a joy to watch, seeing this sort of level out. Because we've had a bit of a scrappy game at times, and a bit of an uncomfortable performance in terms of, you know, like with the consistency and the worries that we've had and whatnot. But I mean, this is brilliant. This is seriously good.
Yeah. They're feeling really good about this one. And again, I think this is why X-Mana did not necessarily want to pick into the Dust 2. Bushido Wildcats, like you say, maybe backing off into a trap in that first map, but I feel like if they had picked into this, could have really set the tone for the series a little better. But why not? Test the cash, see how you're doing on it. You've got a bit more room, and the veto did work out pretty nicely. 3 maps that, in theory, they're going to be confident on.
Edge. Oh, yeah. Has a pixel to work with, and of course he hits that shot. Lovely find. Lovely find. Just
begins again,
isn't it? It's just
that's exactly what I'm
single
thinking.
time. It's opening kills don't go their way. Trades are ineffective. Tough predicament. Seriously tough predicament. Their mental's got to be all over the shop.
Yeah. Not going to be easy by any means. Hakan thinking about sticking around. He does pull away towards short. There is going to be long presence, so gotta be careful here. Turbo does take one. Oh, the AWP shot misses, despite the fact that he was turned away. Lands the second time of asking, but not before taking a dink. Just about get that smoke down. It's not ideal here. Lukos has potential to really move through it if he wants. It's a flash with his name on. There isn't, but he goes dry and still finds success. Very cheeky move. And that one even cheekier, that does eventually cost him his life. Can they break back into this site? Bledard on the AWP is looking to be the hero here and to hold that line, but he cannot find the all-important kill. It's all going to be on Amar behind the site itself. Looking good for these headshots, but the bullets are not finding heads. The gap closing down, and he will fall. Another one for the Bushido Wildcats. Another chance for X-Mana that they just cannot convert.
Yeah, and that'll probably be the talking point of this, won't it? It'll be the close but no cigar type feeling of this game. Which, if anything, makes it all the more heartbreaking. It gets into a really decent spot, but in that 1 versus 2, they play it so well. Bushido, they just realize that our best option here in this 1 versus 2 is to play the incredibly aggressive trade play on the site itself and sort of just hope the fact that he can't get an absolutely ridiculous spray transfer. He can't. Shocker. Opener. Goes the way of Bushido once again. As this side continue to absolutely pummel X-Mana, and this map 3 feels like it'll be over in a heartbeat, I'll say.
Well, also a bit
a heartbreak as well.
Yeah, for sure. They just have not delivered here on Dust 2. I thought they would be able to battle back. They would be able to, you know, make things at least competitive, but it just is not the case. They're being picked apart. The difference between a team that plays a lot of Dust 2 and a team that is successful on a lot of Dust 2. Very, very dominant map at the moment if you are capable on it. At all levels of the game. Adnix will fall flat. And they're getting kind of wacky over here. The mid-to-B smoke does come in eventually, but it's going to be too little too late. They've not even knocked on the door to the B-bomb site itself. Amar falls last. A 9th round for the Wildcats, and that swift finish just keeps on happening.
Yeah, it feels really like momentarily we'll just wrap up this decider in pretty electric fashion. My oh my, what a showing. What a stellar showing. Only the 1 casualty in that round. Barely are breaking a sweat in some of these. Yeah, sure, some of them are going down to a clutch, to the wire a little bit, but it's also the fact that in a few of these gun rounds, they're just being overwhelmed, decimated. I mean, really, what can change from here? I don't know if there's anything, to be completely frank.
Yeah. No, it is a difficult reality at the moment for the T side. Arandelli looking to get involved here as he pushes forwards. Nothing on the other side of it, though. Not really moving the Wildcats. They've re-smoked long there, and they've got 3 still on A. They start to consider it, but I think it still looks like they're ready for an A play. They're just clearing out short ever so slightly. Arandelli. Open angle. Oh, loses his head. Lovely little bait and switch there. Smoke's coming in now. It's going to be Veg on the AWP. Don't go early. Oh, nearly. Classic bad habit. They try and break open the smoke, but fail. He's moved on to the Mag 7. His little backup weapon here. We'll see what he can do with it. Kakan, meanwhile, does well to find 2 there after the initial dink. And now just 2 remaining. Where's that bomb plant? Where's that Mag 7?
Yeah, I was going to say, forget the bomb plant. Where's the Mag 7? There it is. Oh, how about a 49-point thing? Gonna be overwhelmed.
This is the setup, man. He's tagged both, and then he swaps for the Tech 9. He's got a lovely little loadout there, does Veg. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's what we want to see. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. He gets the Tech 9 kill as well, so he sort of draws them in. It's like, it's only a Tech 9. Bang. Have that. See you next round. 10-1, double digits. The Wildcats are flying. Oh, but Bledard will start well. And maybe that is a slightly sloppy error. You don't really see that happen too often where, you know, you just creep in towards a fight. I think that's where maybe overconfidence. If something here.
maybe a little something. Maybe that second round, but feels like the job is all but finished now. Really does. Mukos in the corner. Contacting in. Desperation perhaps seeping in, and Mukos for 3. You're never getting away with that walkout. While he's in that position, Kadnix as well with some really nice flicks in the end. 11-1. I think that scoreline paints its own picture, and it's nice and clear. And well, X-Mana, they're barely in it. We'll see what happens in that second half.
Well, earlier today in the semi-final, Bushido Wildcats took on Leo, and I went to the side. I went to Anubis, and on that one, Bushido Wildcats closed it quickly with a 13-1 there. And, well, they're on track to do exactly the same again in map number 3. This time it's Dust 2, but it looks like same scoreline is on track, because this is an X-Mana side who have absolutely not shown up to Dust 2. A map in which usually they absolutely love, and they look like a shadow of their former selves right now.
Yeah, it's sad. It is very sad. I think they've played, so well throughout this tournament. Every time, I've caught them like 3 times in the past couple of days while I've been working, probably the team that I've tracked the most, and they have really shown great resilience and able to come back, not from scorelines like this, but, from difficult starts and things. We did see them do that on map 1 a little, but I think they maybe get ahead of themselves thinking that they had it in the bag. Valen boosted up. It's a nice start. It is a nice start. They're able to get away as well, so they'll be happy with that. Another one comes their way. That's the bomb now revealed too, and it just gets easier and easier. Veg, the only one to have found a kill, because, of course, after some pretty crazy final few rounds in that first half, he's probably riding on a high right now. Trying to just take a little more, get some kill bonus. I would imagine they go for a force the next. He does get a couple of heads. So we'll see what they opt to do if they want to go early AKs. I think I'd be a bigger fan of that. Just get the heavy pressure on as fast as possible. But I know a lot of teams, when you're this far ahead, they'll enjoy a force, won't they?
Yeah, exactly that. It's sad to not see them close it out in that kind of really composed fashion, but as you mentioned, they're going for the AKs as early as better. Don't give him 2 chances on it, especially when you stay at the same level. After the door, start for them. Not a recoverable weapon though.
Okay. This guy needs stopping. Well, course, back turned. Not expecting another. Maybe thought he would have peaked by now. So, free kill for Zonic. And he will, again, feign the idea of falling back. Going to stick around. Going to creep forwards here. Maybe get away with murder. Zonic saving the round here as he finds himself his 3rd kill. Drops that bomb as well. Looking pretty good. I can't on the map then, and he will indeed find the bomb. Decent spam here. Oh, they try and take him down, and it costs. It's all into the 1 versus 1. Kadnik's on the Deagle. This is Serber on the M4, who has slipped underneath him. Oh, the crosshair got there. The bullets did not. And just about able to get that 3rd.
Had to work for it. Especially after the first. And it's a little scrappy. Yeah, I can't believe he stays at the same head level. So, of course, it's an easy shot there for Veg. But a couple of buttes from him. The grand scheme of things, it was a lesser buy round, which we weren't expecting to go the way of Bushido, and it doesn't, but they make it so expensive. Up to a 3rd, though. Reaching distance is not until probably, I'd say, 11-9. Maybe I think at that point, you win that gun round. I think there'd be a gun round at 11-9 if the economy works out, and then potentially you can start kind of working your way back in, but all of these, you can't think long-term, really. If you're X-Mander, you actually have to think of it just 1 round at a time, and at the moment, this is kind of working for them. Move towards A. That's been shut down. Yes, okay. The body shot did worry me for half a second, and the Deagle won't connect. 11-4.
Yeah, obviously a long road ahead before we get super excited about this one, but some consolation rounds, I suppose. It's the big buy now. This is maybe where you start to pay attention as a spectator. If they are able to take this one, they can take it cleanly, but it's big money. Big money for side of the Wildcats. If they can get this done and move up to 12. Orb going to be out for Veg. Does spot a little bit of crossing, but no opportunities at a frag just yet. And Bushido Wildcats playing quite tentatively, quite slowly, you might say. Just looking to get this one in the bag.
Yeah. Let's close this out. Is that feeling right now? I just see this over the line, but plenty of times when you have this much of a lead and it's felt like such an easy game, it really does feel like teams panic and get flustered and maybe overthink it. Oh, wow. Paradelli is so lucky to stay alive. If that comes forward, doesn't do enough. This crossfire is now really difficult to break down as well. However, there isn't that swing that comes forward from Amar. Kadnix is making his move. Amar's got his 2. Same for Valen. And that's that. Spreadar gets it jumping as well. Insult to injury.
Timeout here for the Bushido Wildcats. Looking pretty good. On the side of X-Mana, so they want to put a stop to that if they can. Ridiculous find. Yeah, still loads and loads of work to do. They are just talking things over, trying to straighten it out. And again, this is where the coach can come in and sort of help them. And it is going to be a mid-level buy. couple Galils that you could argue is like a slight overspend, but there's a loss bonus building up here. And they do think about it. They do think about it. They come away from one. A lot of changes to the expenditure here, actually. But Darren Deli will stick to his Galil. We'll see what he can find.
Lord looks into a suicide. Nothing. Up initially. Smoked him across and towards mid. There's a little gap on it, but not enough for initially Blood to work with. And because he was throwing the nade, Lost can't cross.
Bedard. Oh, the tag. Needs to try and finish it. Not going to be the case, but Serba looks good. Kakan will take him down eventually, and Valen doing well here to not be pulled off of his mission. Shots are close. Kakan moving in. He's got the M4. He's surely got to be low on bullets. Doesn't matter. He gets taken down. So just a couple of kills there on the lower buy. They will be right back in, though, with the AKs, with that AWP in particular for Veg. And this is post timeout, so waiting for big things.
Nice work. We are slowed down by a tech pause, which is unfortunate. As 11-9 is where I maybe believe it is getting there. Bushido Wildcats have slowed down quite a bit. Quite feeling like themselves all the time being. We have been playing with a few little tech issues, hopefully. Nothing crazy. And we can get back underway in a second.
Yeah, generally things have been getting back underway pretty quickly, and that is the case here. So, you know, we'll keep crossing our fingers that is going to be the case for the rest of the map here, depending on how long we go, of course. Oh, looking better and better from X-Mana. They just have no breathing room. I feel like surely a mistake will come through eventually. Balon. Oh, they needed him. Mukos deletes 2. It might just be as simple as that. 5 versus 3 breaking into the B bomb site. You would say this has just got to be a save. But thinking about giving it a look. Maybe if they can steal away an early kill into the retake proceedings. There you go. Okay, they get Kakan. Maybe now we pick it up. Going back towards spawn to get some nades. So they are pretty serious about this one. There is only the one kit between the three of them. So certainly bear that in mind. Double nade at car. Almost. But because it's in front of it rather than sat behind it. Makes a big difference here. They try their best to break back in. The trades are good. And Darren Deli there to find the headset window. 12 secured. Plenty of cash to defend their life into what could be the final round here, X-Mana.
Yeah, exactly. It's very scrappy. It's definitely a little bit uglier, but there's an era pace around that makes the big difference for Bushido. They've got 6 map and series grand final. Points to see this over the line. 2 towards suicide. One holding up towards that short, the other looking for info, and that flashes nothing. Force Darren Deli off that angle. The opener goes the way of Bushido Wildcats.
Might be the beginning of the end here. X-Man are going to have to stand strong in order to stay alive in the grand final. Regional final spot on the cards. Bushido Wildcats, I mean, they struggle on map 1. I think it's cash, it's new, all that kind of stuff that comes into play, but also just the fact that this is a team that can be kind of challenging to read and play against, and they do a very good job into the second, now into the third, of saying, okay, maybe we don't try and read them. We just play our own game. We lean on our own individuals, and they've done a great job of that. Patience paying off here. Kakan gets another 5-on-3. Feels insurmountable at this point.
Surely, right? 35 seconds. Just gonna do the quote-unquote simple work of getting towards the side, getting that C4 down, and in this interplay. Wow, Bledard. There, nice shot from him. Is their life still in them? With the likes of Bledard alive, maybe, but he's not now, as he's traded eventually. I don't know, find one of his own, but a 1 versus 2 bomb, and the numbers get punched in. He's now going to do this, and my understanding, no kit either to work with. I don't know, there's one down, but I don't think there is, because one of the cities died over here. That makes it all the more awkward. I think going to make his way forward. Got 1 flash left to work with, and surely an impossible post plant to try and dissect. You have no idea. He spots one, and he gets it. But this is planted for long. He tries to fight at a terrible time to run out of ammo. He is 1 bullet away from death, and Kakan will see it off. 13-6. Bushido Wildcats take the map, take the series, and the grand final here in EU Cup 2.
Yeah, I mean, that just sort of sums it up at the end. The fact that he runs out of the ammo, I think that was a lot of the case for X-Mana, that they were so close to pulling off a lot of rounds there on Dust 2. It just went left when it should have gone right. You know, they just miss out on these tiny little details, and it makes all the difference in the end. Obviously, a very, very slow start into the map as well doesn't help them out, but they won that force buy, and it felt like, okay, here we go again. It's going to be another back and forth, another hard one to predict, and more chaos, which is where you expect X-Mana to kind of thrive, but it wasn't the case, and the Wildcats get their act together really, really quickly. And play a fantastic game there. Veg, it felt like his impact was through the roof towards the tail end of that first half. Obviously giving us a few laughs, but at the end of the day, he played really, really well. And I think that they will be leaning on that. But the vast majority of the team there on Dust 2 were actually all pulling their weight. So, yeah, really well done from the Wildcats. And I think a deserved winner here in Cup number 2, right? It maybe hasn't been the most stacked that we've had. There are some that, you know, can be really, really, really scary. But yeah. I think that the Bushido Wildcats have done well. They find some clean games. They find some repeat wins against the likes of Leo, for example. And they are indeed the deserved winner. Yeah, they are. They are. I mean, now we get to take a look at the bracket as a whole off the back of that. And of course, it was Mason Boys who took a 2-0 in that 3rd place side-up. But grand finals in a 3rd map affair, Bushido Wildcats. Credit to them. What a game, what a tournament from them. It wasn't always the most comfortable. They'd have to go to a 3rd map against Leo as well, because they won that one 13-1, but they go there nonetheless. But yeah, brilliant here. You know, you get to really see just how good this side can be. And, you know, for me, for the first time actually casting them this year, I'm really impressed with what I saw. And I hope we get to see them a little bit more often playing within you know, a lot of these tier 2 online tournaments, because, you know, I like Basement Boys and Leo and basically everybody else, they're not playing as much. So I want to see them feature in a few more of those, and maybe that's where the real VRS can start to come in. Yes, very, very possible. Of course, we'll see if we get a few repeat offenders into the next couple of cups or not. But that is going to do us here for Cup number 2, guys. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the action here this evening, and a pretty exciting finish, I think, from the Bushido Wildcats. Very excited to see what they can do into the regional finals in a few months' time. But that is going to be it from us here in Cup number 2. We'll see you again for the 3rd. Control the map on this one. Very true indeed. Come on, Paul. We'll get himself a nice shot. Oh, okay, the body shot. Standing early kill here, run around to the half and looking to seal the deal well, and they are. More being tagged and basically plucked out of the air. Bledard. Nice reactions, honestly. Closer. Bledard, oh my god, he closed just before that smoke. It's all on server. He's had some really nice moments, but in this series,
this one feels like surely a non-starter. Oh, I say that. I say that! Oh my god, he gets the second as well. That is so close by Serber, but... After a second wasn't legal, he wants some more. He drops the bomb and he drops Sonic with a lovely one to close. The pressure doesn't get to it. Couch said, forget the bomb plan, where's the next level? There it is. How about a 49-point thing?
Wait a minute, this is the setup, man. He's tagged both, but then he swaps for the Tech 9. Got a lovely little load out there, does Veg. Beautiful. Corner. Desperation perhaps seeping in, and Mukos for 3. You're never getting away with that walkout. While he's in that position, Kadnix as well.